Hello, everyone. I always forget to unmute my mic. Oh well, that's fine. Let me get out of this. Return? There we go. Welcome to Ballads at Midnight. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know anything about this game. um, but, hopefully it's good. It did tell me some, like, warnings beforehand, because this game kind of handles some sensitive topics. And just because of that, I don't remember them from the top of my head. Let's see if I can find a warnings list somewhere. At midnight. Let's see here. Okay, so it has suggestive material, strong language, alcohol use, and allusions to trauma, child abuse, and fantasy violence. So if you're sensitive to any of that, maybe this game isn't for you. But for me, that's fine. So let's start. I don't even know how long this game is, so we'll see if I can manage to actually play through it. Because I have some studying to do later today. But let's start. Chapter 1. Prelude to Dawn. My wrists itch. My stomach is churning and empty. My legs are sore. The swath of hemp fabric, strung taut around my cheeks and tied in a knot behind my head, is chafing against the corners of my mouth. There's a bitterness on my tongue. I idly wonder if it's the taste of regret. My two armored escorts ride ahead of me, exchanging hushed words. I make a short, unhappy noise to contribute to the conversation. They ignore me. But are you sure, sir? Really, are you? Shouldn't we stop and make camp before sundown, sir? The younger guardman is jittery and demanding, with a stooped posture that reminds me of a rat. His round face is marred by pockmarks and worry lines. No need. We're making good time. The other guard, as old and large as a cavern wall, has a deep, crusty voice, well suited to his frame. I once saw him struggle to fit through a door. The pockmarked guard glances toward the horizon line, gritting his teeth. But sir... Enough. We will be rid of her today. Be rid of me, like being rid of some piss-stained rug. How rude. What did I ever do to warrant such objectification? Feeling vexed, I continue to groan and yowl against the hemp between my teeth. It's inarticulate and far from the most graceful sound I've ever made, but I make it sound increasingly urgent. Noise and more noise. One of them pulls the reins on his horse, dismounting with a dull armored clatter, like a rattling dish cabinet. It's the younger one. Good. He approaches me, muttering swears as he reaches back to yank the gag from my head. What, convict? What is it now? Ooh. We could try to poke fun. Most people buy me a drink before they bring out the gag. Wink. You're all ingrates, you hear me? Low-browed, barbaric boneheads, the whole lot of you. Start screaming. I don't know, like... Maybe in this scenario, I don't know, because will anyone hear us? But at the same time, I don't think I want to flirt with the guard. So let's start screaming. You're all ingrates, you hear me? Low-browed, barbaric boneheads, the whole lot of you. Will you make her stop? What did you ungag her for? I'm sorry. You'll all be sorry. The pockmarked guard whirls on me, exasperated. Convict, stop it, you'll attract wolves. My scream dies down only slightly. Gods, you really haven't learned your lesson. What's wrong with you? He almost sounds amazed. If my hands were untied, I'd twirl my wrists and do a curtsy. But because my hands are tied, I decide to get in his face. What's wrong? I wager you know exactly what's wrong. I was under the impression we'd move past ritualistic sacrifice as a civilization, you see. I thought we were better than all this. Yet here you knuckleheads are, dragging me through the woods to feed me to a godforsaken vampire. I stomp on a branch when I get close enough. The ensuing crack obscures the sound as I unsheath the dagger from his belt. I palm it under my sleeve in a quick motion, hoping my ruse goes unnoticed. The guard stumbles away from me. He draws his sword to keep me at bay, snarling. You keep away, you heretic! Don't come near me! I raise my bound wrist in front of my chest, widening my eyes to look appropriately frightened. And I still have his dagger. By the time he clambers back onto his horse, his older companion extends his arm and smacks the back of young guardsman's head. Idiot. Now we have to listen to her belly aching for the rest of the journey. Do we? The younger guard rubs his head, sounding defensive. She's caused nothing but trouble. Why not slit her throat and be done with it? Let the wildlife take care of the remains. Yeah. The old guard hits him again. I'd find humor in this slapstick routine if they weren't discussing my imminent demise. Shush, boy. We carry Her Majesty's order to the letter, you and I. No shortcuts. You know the severity of our laws. Unhanded practice will cost you your damn hands. The pockmarked guard hunches further at the shoulders. His eyes dart around like he wants to argue, but he begrudgingly clamps his mouth shut. I, on the other hand, have dogged penchant for making my observations known, and am blessed with quick retorts. Or it just cuts the fingers if you're lucky. I notice our wise old man here is missing a digit or two. I raise my restrained palms, wiggling my fingers. They glower balefully at me. I have seen actual battlefields, harlot. Do not liken me with your crooked, bar-brawling ilk. Convict, heretic, and now harlot. Wonderful. I roll my eyes and wrinkle my nose at him. I'll bet anything that the old man is lying. Illuvia hasn't waged any wars in the past half-century. Furthermore, he boasted to my jailers that he's been assigned to this post for the brunt of his service to the crown. But I know better than to push my luck with him. He's more prone to violence than the other guardsmen. I used to lag behind at the start of our journey, defiant and stubborn. The old one never hesitated to yank the rope around my wrists, lurching me right into brambles and sharp stones. Defying him, I learned, meant having scraped palms and knees at best. Our pace carefully slows when we cross over a mossy log and a series of thick, tangled roots. For the horse's sake, of course, rather than mine. I work my yaw in silence for a while, keeping a measured distance behind them. My grip on the dagger is unwieldy and clumsy. Aiming it towards my bonds is trickier than I imagined. I flinch as the pointed tip jabs against my inner arm, but shoot the guards a winning smile when they turn to look at me. So, good old cursed forest, eh? Did you volunteer to escort prisoners through the blighted bush, or was it, an inherited post? Father's father and such. The pockmarked guard scoffs and mimics my words under his breath. Nothing to fear in these old woods, lass. Not if you're properly armed. Nothing but bears and wolves. People steer clear because they fear what lies in wait beyond. Surely you know that much. The men don't deign to tell me how they were assigned to their roles. None of my business, I suppose. An overhead canopy of leaves parts, allowing patches of sunlight to heat my scalp and cheek. The journey has been long and exhausting, but not altogether difficult. I'd even consider it idyllic from its perpetual backdrop of birdsong and distantly running water. Any sense of leisure sinks and coils at the pit of my stomach as I realize the birds have gone silent, and the sound of water has risen into a dull roar. Before us is a murky disk of water, blemished green with algae, miles long, miles wide, and harrowingly uncertain depth. A jagged, ostentatious estate, protruding from the ground like a sword through someone's back, looms across the water's expanse. Not the first decrepit castle I've seen in my travels, but perhaps it may be my last. That's where I'll be staying then. Home sweet home. Shit, I've barely shorn through a quarter of my restraints. Even if I make a break for it now, they'd run me down on horseback. I tried it before, back when they marched me through the greater plains. They nearly trampled me into paste. Quiet down, you sorry lass. You may wish to take this time to consider your last words. That's not a bad idea. I could hit you with a real singer before I go. The old guard groans, mumbling a bitter prayer. I barely have time to hide the dagger before he dismounts and shoves me with more force than necessary. He loads me unceremoniously into a ramshackle little boat, leaving the pockmarked guard to deal with me while he tends to the horses. My breath catches when the remaining guard takes the seat opposite to me. His gawky movements nearly makes the boat capsize before we've even left the shores. The boat cuts through algae like a knife. Over on dry land, the old guardsman takes a heavy seat in the grass as he watches the sun descend. It's a more serene view than he deserves. I take a deep breath and open my mouth to shout. I mean, he's at the shore. So he can't really do anything, right? I'll shout at him. You old bastard! The young guard bites back a chuckle and clears his throat. I suppose he's freer to find revelry now that we're a safe distance away. As I warily crane my neck around, I observe how the water completely surrounds the estate. That makes this a moat, but there's but there curiously isn't a drawbridge in sight. There we go. At its northeast and westward edges, the moat connects to a river. Following one side will likely lead one straight to the Rubifian Ocean. It's quite lovely, really, to be surrounded by such a wealth of natural water. Shame I never learned how to swim. Oh no. No. I don't suppose I can... don't suppose I can persuade you to ferry me over yonder, all the way around the estate, on the other side of the shore? The guard elects not to comply. He won't even look at me now. Aside from the oars carving through the water, the remaining boat ride is hushed and nerve-wracking. I sit up straight and stock still, trying to keep my weight centered despite the stinging insects nipping at my neck and ankles. The sun turns red as it dips closer to the horizon. It takes half an hour to reach the other side, if not longer. Beyond the lip of the water is a carved ledge with a pit of trenches surrounding the estate's perimeter. The guard wastes no time, forcing me upright and pushing me off the side. I fall into a roll, barely cushioned by the impact of grassy mud. I aim myself back up with effort, ready to yell the insult boiling at the tip of my tongue. To my surprise, the young guard is still up there, lingering at the edge. Why is the first option like so flirty? Heston doesn't make you better than him. I mean, we could do a snarky comment. Miss me already? I quirk my head to the side and bat my eyelashes at him. His response is slow and deliberate. I won't even remember you by tomorrow. I hardly know you, convict, and you don't even know my name. Who needs names? We are two ships passing in the night, you and I. But it's not too late to change that, We can still run off into the sunset together. Come on, help me up. With the sun setting behind the guardsman, his features are cast in unreadable shadow. His fingers twitch and tap at his side. He casts an uneasy glance over his shoulder before finally he grumbles and rummages through his overcoat. From it he pulls out the neck of a familiar instrument and throws it onto the ground with me. I cry out as my lute lands in the mud, nearly falling onto my own shoulder as I reach and fail to catch it. You'll owe me in your next life, convict. I hope this accursed thing provides you some comfort in your final moments. I glare up at him. Old guy made me nervous. Made you nervous, didn't he? All that talk about cutting off hands for being underhanded. Shut up. I knew you were acting jumpy for a reason. I just knew it. You were gonna pawn off my poor little beauty here, but now you don't want to risk getting caught with it. Harlot. He spits at me before he hurries away. I listen for the sound of the boat sloshing into the water, and then the creak of oars shortly thereafter. Now, why is it that when people don't know how else to argue with a woman, they must remark how frequently she has sex? With effort, I dislodged the dagger from the inside of my sleeve. It's still unwieldy, but cutting myself loose is a little easier when I don't need to hide the blade from my captors. I pick up my loot, carefully wiping off the dirt and grime before I check and adjust its strings. I holster it across my back where it belongs. It's thankfully intact, but I'm not sure I can say the same about myself. I know I need to come up with a plan. I need to explore and get familiar with my surroundings, seek out a hiding spot where there's still daylight. But my entire body is aching. I won't get far if I push myself to move now. I checked the inside of my clothes for the last of my possessions, kept safe and hidden under the lining. I have never been more grateful to have learned invisible stitching. A handful of coins and my songwriting journal are all I have left. I had hidden a number of small blades on my person, but I was too reckless in my previous escape attempts. I kept getting caught and they confiscated all my knives. The guardsman's dagger isn't too shabby, at least. I tuck the blade into my belt, careful not to poke myself. I'll be ready to use it when it's dark. The ledge I fell from cast a long shadow. I edge away from it into the remaining light, and I concentrate on taking deep, rejuvenating breaths. This creature of the night, I've heard it can change its very shape. If it pursues me in the form of some animal, I doubt I can run it for long. It's wisest to save my strength, so I can battle whatever form it takes. After all, I'm determined not to go down easily. No. Chapter 2. Rhapsodic Introduction. Dusk falls. There's barely a sliver of apricot orange glowing across the horizon, which means my shelter of light dims and shrinks by the minute. I shiver as the evening cold bursts under my clothes, and I sense the vampire just moments before I hear it speak.
Well, another gift from the crown.
Oh. Maybe I should turn up the voice acting. Let's see here. Settings? Oh, sound settings. We can turn it up so we can hear them better. I don't know how loud to make them, but maybe something like this. Return. There we go. He did say this, but well, another gift from the crown. The creature's airy, serpentine voice moves around me as it prowls beyond the perimeter of remaining light. It's watching me, circling me like a vulture.
What grievous crimes you must have committed to be sent all the way here.
Damn, is he gonna do all of the voices for this guy? I don't mind. I draw my dagger, pointing it at the source.
Assessing your dinner, beast? Your mother should have taught you not to play with your food.
Damn, this game plays itself, huh? The voice lapses into a contemplative hum. There we go. You get the gist. My heart hammers against my ribs as I lose track of the vampire in the silence. I twist around, catching sight of its eyes reflected in moonlight right when it lunges. A vampire snatches me by the wrist. The skin on its dark clawed hand bubbles under the waning sunlight before it wrenches me into the shadows. My dagger clatters to the ground.
Talkative. I usually like it when they're talkative.
Oh?
But yours is an insolent nature. No doubt you've ended up here by disrespecting some local authority.
I can probably turn it up even more. I'll just turn it to max. The vampire hoists my arm above our heads, positioning us face to face as he regards me. I scrutinize him in turn. He bears similarities to a human man, but I still glance upward, observing his already healed hand with dismay.
You smell of chain rust, fresh soil, dried blood, and incense.
Oh?
Yeah, I'm a big hit with nuns and orphans.
What am I doing? This isn't the time for banter. I struggle in his grasp. He steps forward, and we remain blanketed under the gloom of darkness. There's a small clatter underfoot as he drives his boot under my dagger, kicks it upright, and then snatches the blade out of the air in a fluid motion. He twirls the blade between his long fingers, appraising it.
Most unusual. Few of my guests manage to smuggle a means to escape their bonds. If I had to wager, you must be a talented cutpurse, which wouldn't be the worst offense, all things considered.
Stop manhandling me!
Oh shit. With my free open palm, I smack him hard across the face and yank my captive hand free. He flinches at the blow, looking more astonished than anything. I don't stay long enough to watch how he reacts next. I run. My lungs are heavy in my chest, and my body is screaming at me to catch my breath, but I can't stop now. There's nothing I can use in the courtyard. My only choice is to head into the estate and hope to find a means of escape. There's got to be a ladder or something I can use to scale that damn ledge. Then I just need to find something buoyant, like a wood panel or a door, something. I run down, dizzying, identical hallways. Down several cavernous rooms, displacing dining chairs and overturning saloon and tables in my wake. There's nothing I can use to escape, nothing I can narrow down in my panic. All the while the vampire follows me with an even stride. He rubs his cheek with narrowed eyes.
Will you slow down? This is terribly tedious.
No.
He hasn't changed his shape, but I know how quickly he can pounce if I let him near. I can't let him get close. I topple a nearby cabinet, sending it careening onto the floor between us. The vampire makes a small offended noise amid the sound of crashing glass. Before he can react further, I seize a standing vase and hold it aloft, ready to throw.
Stop it. Calm down.
I pivot my grasp on the lip of the vase, bending my arms menacingly. Water and flowers slosh onto the floor.
You dare to tell me to calm down? Really?
There's an audibly muffled sigh when the vampire steeples his hands in front of his nose.
I despise the chase. Look at this blasted mess. You realize no one else lives here? After you're gone, who do you think has to clean up the remains of your rampage?
I'm sorry. Are you criticizing the way I'm fighting for my life?
You must understand, mortal. Despite what the good people of Illuvia will have you believe, I have no bestial compulsion to take your life. Alright?
Are you sure about that?
Though I'll admit you have sorely tempted me with the prospect of your demise, there is a civilized alternative worth considering.
A civilized alternative to becoming a withered, bloodless corpse decorating his hallway. I keep the vase aloft, halfway between willful rebellion and uncertain curiosity.
I'm listening.
That is all I ask. First of all, this here.
He dangles the dagger from between two fingers, as if it's a dirty sock he found in my chambers.
As a show of good faith, I will return to you this nasty little thing. In exchange, you will not stab me with it. Its blade is neither sharp nor long enough to kill me, but it will deeply annoy me. If I am deeply annoyed, I will be forced to rescind my good faith and tear you to shreds.
Oh shit.
Understood?
Yeah, I understand. I furrow my brows, but I nod. It makes sense. If I actually want to incapacitate him, I'd at least need a larger weapon. I've yet to hear any myths where vampires are notoriously weak to standard cavalry daggers.
Good girl. Here.
Oh shit. He tosses the dagger over to me. It slides along the floor until I stop it with the heel of my boot. I don't bend to pick it up.
Our next matter at hand is the barter. I've been known to spare and set my prisoners free in exchange for knowledge or for an item of substantial value. Fortunately for you, I noticed the loot strapped to your back while you were racing through my abode.
Oh no. I pivot my torso away, trying in vain to hide the instrument from sight.
Come now, don't be selfish. Give it to me and you will have your freedom.
Uh-oh. But we're like a bard, dude. You can't just take away my identity.
Your life will be yours again. Keep away from Illuvia and lay low for several years, and the crown will be none the wiser.
I can't.
What?
I've cared for it ever since I was a little girl. How can I possibly give it up
I
now?
can't give it to you. No. I nearly lost it once already.
Nothing is stopping you from purchasing a new one once you have your freedom. Certainly you'll have to save up for a while. I recognize the value of an average instrument, let alone how much an artisan lute must cost now after centuries of inflation. However, you will have plenty of chances to...
No. No. I said I won't give it to you.
Why not?
How is he angry at me? Hypocrite. I raise my voice to match his tone. I can't help it. I get competitive.
You imply me to be insensitive on the grounds of trampling through your home, but what about you? Demanding my only means of providing for myself?
Your only means? Nonsense. You're able-bodied, young, far from hideous. Once you have your freedom, I'm quite certain you'll figure something out.
Your venerable age must have impaired your hearing then, vampire, because I'm not sure you quite caught it when I repeatedly said no. I am not giving it to you.
Fine. Then you're not leaving.
He flings his hands skywards, turning and stalking towards the nearest window.
I pray you'll have fun rotting in here for the remainder of your brief and miserable existence, mortal. At which point you and I might have something in common.
Oh, he vanished. He erupts into a vicious flurry of black mist. Once the smoke clears, I see the flapping outline of a bat soaring out of the window and into the night. I groan between gritted teeth, jostling the stupid vase that I'm still holding over my head. As tempted as I am to smash it, I set it down and begin gathering the display's flowers with a dejected sigh. The blooms are vibrantly fresh and fragrant, but they're going to wilt without water. Gods, I just got into a screaming match with a vampire and upset him so much that he had to, I don't know, go take an angry nap. I'm still alive. I should really count this as a win, but I don't know. My chest is tight with apprehension. I wasn't supposed to annoy him. He said he'd rip me to shreds if I annoyed him. God damn it, god damn it. Oh, it's actually, damn it, god damn it, what have I done? I should have offered to borrow with something else. I doubt he'd be interested in the few coins I have, and I can't bear to part with my music, but he did mention an option to trade knowledge. Even if he's had centuries to experience the world around us, surely there's an obscure nugget of wisdom I can impart. After all, I like to think that everyone I meet teaches me something new. I'll have some leverage if I can figure out what he already knows. And if I can't, then I need to find something else to protect myself. The dagger will be of little use aside from cutting rope. Oh shit. Stray Dog Serenade, Chapter 3. Damn, okay. I mean, this is interesting so far. Night seems never ending as I creep through the estate. The vampire hasn't shown himself since our earlier squabble, though his absence does little to assure my nerves, or assuage my nerves. As any prey animal knows, the deadliest predator is one you don't see coming. Exhaustion weighs against my eyes, but adrenaline keeps me on edge, pulsing through my veins like a heavy drum. The slightest shift of wind-blown curtains make me jump. I keep expecting those moonlit eyes to be watching when I turn. The shadows are always barren, devoid of vampires. Does it truly mean to sulk for the remainder of the night? I suppose I should count my blessings while I can. As I explore, I notice how each successive chamber is spotless and immaculately tidy. Aside from the furniture I disrupted, which I take no time to straighten. Which I take the time to straighten, sorry. I uncover an abundance of books crowding the shelves on various surfaces. They contain an array of technical topics, including geography, astronomy, invocation, and mathematics. They're all dog-eared and full of notes. Don't tell me he's read every book in the estate. I can't panic yet. I can still narrow this down. Assuming he takes the time to clean his most frequent spaces, I ought to pay attention to what is and isn't covered in dust. Yet even locating a single cobweb presents a unique challenge. I set the book down, running my hand across the marble exterior of an engraved fireplace. Even this is pristine, unmarred by old ashes and licking flames. The nearby fire iron, at least, is an encouraging sight. I pick it up and give it a gentle swing, testing the weight, and wince when my arm throbs in protest. I'll have to remind myself to use my non-dominant hand. The fire iron has a dull tip that's unlikely to pierce skin, but a decisive strike should send anyone reeling, even an immortal creature of the night. Of course, pissing him off by whacking him in the head is a last resort. I'm more interested in jabbing the fire iron into the ledge outside and using it as a handhold to climb my way up. The idea may sound absurd, but it could work. I don't know until I try. Although, even if I successfully scale the ledge, I still have to defeat the moat somehow. My gaze wanders across the chamber. If someone is wealthy enough to build a castle, they usually enjoy surrounding themselves with larger-than-life portraits. One would think that I'd have found a big enough painting to pry off the wall and right across the moat by now, but the core is tragically modest. As I move to lower my arms, a golden glint reflects off the dark metal of the fire iron. I pivot my shoulder with cautious hope. There, thin rays of dawn light gleams through the drawn curtains. My body practically moves on its own. I march to the window and wrench the curtains open. Morning daylight fills the chamber. I'd never been happier to see the sun peeking over the mountains like an old friend. Though the moment the curtains shift, a small beige shape moves with it across the floor. A rat? I hate rats. I've always been scared of them. When I hop away from the shape, I observe how it doesn't continue to move. I bend to inspect it, using the fire iron for support. It's just a furled scrap of parchment, brown and frail with age. Yet it's an unusual sight, considering how free of dirt and clutter the rest of the room is. Would you look at that? He's finally missed a spot. I suppose the vampire doesn't enjoy cleaning under the curtains, lest the sun sneak up on him unawares. I turn the paper over, noting the smudge of charcoal rubbing off on my thumb. Part of a larger drawing, maybe even one of those enormous paintings I'm sorely missing. I'm sure it's worthless, but no harm holding on to it. Perhaps the vampire still appreciates my help in tidying up. I try and fail to hold back a yawn that makes my entire body shudder. The bloom of sunlight fixed in the sky, though refreshing to see, also serves as a reminder of how much time has passed and how little sleep I've gotten. There won't be a better time to get some rest. I look about the chamber one final time. To be so surrounded by various furnishings is a mystifying sort of torture. Despite how all of those nights of sleeping on the ground have left me yearning for the comfort of a cushion, I know I can't sleep here. The vampire needs only to close the curtains to accost me in my sleep. Back outside I go. The days are long this time of year. I'll have plenty of time to try climbing the ledge when I wake. I grab a decorative pillow from my sofa. It's not much, but it will make my cobblestone bed a little more bearable. I retrace my steps through the estate and practically collapse into the first ring of sunlight I find. I awake from a dreamless, restless slumber into the cold of evening. Sitting up with a jolt, I scan the sky with mounting dismay. Sundown again already. How could I have slept for so long? The clenching ache in my bones and blossoming bruises on my skin reveal the answer to my unspoken question. My stamina is spent. I won't be able to run the way I did yesterday. No, damn it. It feels like the various shadows are reaching for me, streaking across the ground like long claws. And speaking of claws, from the shade nearby, the vampire looks down at me with flat displeasure. My fingers curl instinctively around the fire iron. You're still here, on the guard no less. Where else would I be? Why, I figured you would have climbed onto the roof, run some mental calculus to determine the best angle of approach, and then leapt into the moat to swim to freedom. A beat passes as I stare at him. Yes, that would be very practical, but anyone who tries it would surely splatter against the rocky ledge below. Perhaps, and even if they made it to the water, they would discover the alligators in the moat. Alligators? Really? No. What the hell? I think I liked you more when you were menacing me about what crimes I'd committed. She dislikes the taste of her own medicine. Shocking. He folds his arms behind his head as he paces around me. I'm very aware that he can grab and drag me into the shadows if he so desires, but he's choosing not to. You never did tell me what you did to get sent here. You're right, I didn't. We stare at each other now, sharing an ugly pause. But I apologize for my behavior last night and for making a mess. Truly. He looks as though he's expecting a punchline. Yes, truly. I don't know what it's like to own an estate, but I'm sure it's dreadful having someone run through it. Indeed. Will you tell me what you're planning to do with my fire iron? What, this old thing? I could lie to him, but I see little point in it. While I've developed a skill for enthralling an audience with tall tales, it's not as if I can trick them into believing my stories are real. Unless they're children, of course, and the pacing vampire hasn't seemed terribly childlike thus far. In any case, I'm not a good liar. When one is not a good liar, honesty is by far the better policy. If you leapt at me, I would have tried to swing it at you. But I also thought I could use it as a handhold to get over the ledge. I cannot begrudge you for your caution against me, but using a fire iron as a handhold, really, the ledge is made of solid stone. It's old, isn't it? Surely the stone has weathered down over the years. It most certainly has not. You would begrudge me for trying everything at my disposal. I might, if you ruined my fire iron in the process. You need not try such inventive tactics if you agreed to barter with me. Right, yes, about that. I'll have you know I'm extremely well traveled. How informed are you about recent history and new discoveries throughout the world? What makes you think I would be interested in such things? You mentioned you were open to trading knowledge. I remember it like it was just yesterday. Every 2 years I receive a new guest at my estate. Each guest had some capacity to tell me news of the outside world. I have previously offered their freedom in exchange, but hearing news of the outside world loses its appeal when one is not welcome to participate in it. But some men and women have nothing else to give. Surely you would not deprive this opportunity from a future guest when you have more to offer than this? My loot feels heavy against my back. What else can I offer that amounts to the price of my freedom? Please, I can't give it to you. He scoffs at me. Just when I thought you were seeing sense. But I may yet be amendable as you have been to me. Last night I hadn't fully understood that you play music as your primary profession. Not at first. My recent slew of guests have been cutthroats and highwaymen. I forget that I've also housed scientists and artists. I presume you must be good at your craft. As such, you need your loot more than I do. The sudden and unexpected empathy leaves me speechless. He takes my silence as permission to continue. I ought to also admit, it has been a very long time since someone has told me no. It irritated me to hear, but it is within your right to say. Forgive me for making it seem otherwise. Damn. This guy is being super chill about this. I guess he's mature. As if our cordial conversation hasn't been astonishing enough, the vampire inclines his head toward me. You're forgiven, but wouldn't everyone have fought you to the bitter end? I imagine there must have been several no's sprinkled in there. He chuckles wryly. When properly bound and restrained, one's capacity to fight to the bitter end is quite limited. I expect this lends itself to making my guests more amenable to negotiation and to giving me anything I should desire. Oh, he really wasn't expecting me to break free of my bonds. Enough of this matter. I suppose we approach this from a new angle. What do you want, mortal? If freedom has no strong appeal for you, perhaps you'd be more interested in power, in immortality. I don't miss the saccharine way he says that last word. No, I'm fairly sure I do want freedom. I can't imagine what price I'd have to pay for the other two. My stomach growls. But I could do with some food. Food. Even if I get out of here, the nearest village is miles away. I won't get far on an empty stomach. You would ask a vampire to feed you. A marvelous, modest start to a negotiative relationship. Your empty stomach shall be filled. I should have a surplus of blood lying around here somewhere. I'm joking. I'm not so old that I've forgotten what mortals eat. Come with me. He begins to lead the way. I struggle to my feet, but have enough difficulty steadying myself that he pauses and turns to observe me. I end up using the fire iron to help me maintain my balance like a metal walking stick. You look pitiful. I'm sure. My apologies for not being the picture of grace after a 9-day hike with slave-driving guardsmen. Now, where exactly do you plan on taking me? The vampire is kind enough to slow his pace and walk with me in parallel tandem, though he stays in the shadows and I in the waning light. You are astoundingly paranoid. I'm taking you somewhere I can feed you like we agreed. You mean to feed on me, don't you? No. He says it with such disgust that I gape at him, taken aback. Oh, don't even begin to act offended. Have you looked at yourself? Filthy. Dragged through prison cells and mud. Your taste most certainly will be foul. I bite back a retort about how I'm supposed to taste, more importantly. You're really not going to kill and eat me, ever? Covered in muck as you are, I have no desire to touch you. You doubt me. I don't know. It sounds like you'll attack me the moment I'm clean. And I can't get a read on you. Maybe it's your fetish to lure your victims into a false sense of security. How easily you remark on a stranger's fetishes. I had my suspicions that you were a traveler, but I'm certain now you could not have been raised in Illuvia. Ah yes, beautiful Illuvia, kingdom of ungrateful prudes. They don't appreciate me here at all. I'm quite certain they did not. You may have a seat and wait here, though I can't guarantee the shares won't bite. Very funny. He smirks a little at that, though he turns as if to hide it. The kitchen is nearby, I won't be long. I caught a glimpse of his kitchen during my exploration last night. I noticed it was stocked with well-loved pans and utensils, but I never imagined that meant he used them with any frequency. I expect you'll stay put, woefully wounded as you are. if you wander off and I can't find you, I'll have to deposit your meal into the moat. Ah, very well. I'll tame my adventurous spirit for the time being. Wouldn't want your imaginary alligators to be fed in my place. You're catching on. Good girl. True to his word, the vampire returns in short order. He sets a tray loaded with roasted roots and grilled perch before me. A simple enough meal, but one of the most beautiful sights I've seen in recent memory. It's not a plate of blood. It is not. Shall I switch it out for you? No, I'll be quiet. I reach for a fork and slice into the fish. Excited to savor my first meal in days. I take the first bite and it's awful. Some of the prison slop tasted better than this burnt over salted tragedy. Even stranger, I taste hints of cinnamon, garlic, and coffee? At this point, I have no idea what I'm eating, but I'm too hungry to stop. I must have outdone myself. Don't forget to breathe. Mortals need air in their lungs, I hear. It is delicious, isn't it? My fork passes against my lips. Oh shit, I should have saved before making this decision. But let's be honest. I feel like being honest. Although, maybe he'd appreciate if we were a little bit nice. But maybe, you know, if we're honest, we could be like, but hey, maybe we can teach you how to actually cook. I'm gonna save here. And if this turns out to be fucked, I guess we can skip to that point. God, it's really not. This is one of the worst cooked fish I've had in my life, but it tastes better than starvation. The vampire regards me with an unreadable expression. His next words are as slow as they are measured. I've served more than 100 guests in my lifetime. Not a single one of them has described this as, I quote, better than starvation. Without constructive criticism, how will you improve? Surely you will not begrudge me for being honest. The vampire watches me finish my next bite, eyes narrowed. No matter. I care not what you think of my cooking. His lower lip is unmistakably jutted into a small pout, but I don't get to see it for long. Now that I have given you a meal, you will now give me something I want in return. Why do you keep insisting on these inane little trades? He shrugs his shoulders with a touch of derision. It is my nature. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No service without a cost. Fine, vampire. Can I interest you in a song? He arches a brow and says nothing, but I can tell I've piqued his interest. I've seen your books, all technicality, no whimsy. It must have been some time since you last heard a compelling story. I shift my lute into my arms, strumming it once for intrigue, a tempting little preview. Very well, bard. A song in exchange for the meal. I lower my gaze to my lute. Heaving a sigh, I didn't know I was holding. Good, I just have to play a single song. It's a simple request, one I've fulfilled thousands of times over in several dozen taverns, but the thrill of anticipation is making my fingers shiver. Just yesterday, I was grimly certain that I would never perform again. Now I'm performing for the vampire who was supposed to tear me to shreds. I trace a fingernail over a single string. When I pledges each string, sequentially testing the tuning in turn. And then I begin to play. The vampire, who until now had a perpetual proclivity for pacing, slows and pauses mid-step to watch me with his hands folded on a writing table. My voice turns into the best weapon I've ever wielded, stronger and sharper than any knife or fire iron. Notes trickle from my lungs, rush through my throat, and pour from my lips into a song that floods the room with a tale most forlorn. The ballads I've chosen starts melancholic. It follows a young man as life takes from him. His father is the first to be taken, life cut short by the plague, or by a plague. His betrothed the next, abandoning him for a wealthier man. When he's brutally mugged and left for dead, he feels as though his last remnants of peace have been torn to shreds. He finds himself alone, left behind, forgotten. His mind is swallowed whole by rage and grief and self-loathing, until one day he decides it's his turn to take. He takes a torch to the stables for his former betrothed. He takes a noble woman's heart with false oaths and pretty words. He takes the world by storm, molding it like wet sand to fulfill his every desire. When I finish the song, I offer the vampire a small bow. Throughout my entire performance, his gaze clung to me like a thorn, never once wavering from my body. What a wretched protagonist. You don't like it? It's one of my most requested tavern songs. Ah, how baffling to hear that human men find inspiration in an egocentric finale. There's a version of this song with a female protagonist. It's not always requested by men. Another unexpected revelation. Although I found the song's message disagreeable, I will concede that you sung it well. Oh, thank you. We lapse into a brief silence, not quite looking at each other. To my surprise, he's the one who speaks next. This estate, I often forget that it's like what it's like to have more than the sound of my own thoughts, and of cicadas. Is that how you say it? Cicadas? Crying in the night. With nothing to interrupt the passage of immortality, silence can be maddening. How much do you earn at these taverns of yours? How many songs did it take for you to afford an instrument of that quality? How many songs? I've never thought of it that way. It doesn't really work like that. I looked down at my lute, running my fingers over its surface. It was given to me, which means I never actually had to pay for it, but I don't need to share that with him. Sometimes I compose original songs on commission, which is more time-consuming but affords me more gold. As for crowd work, a classic in a well-stocked bar on a good night would net me several dozen coppers and a handful of gold. I suppose it amounts to 100 songs or so if I combine the two, or of course saving up for a artisan instrument would take even longer. Yes, 100 songs, you say? 100 songs over 100 nights, and I will ensure you have food, hygiene, and eventual safe passage from the estate. Hygiene? But if I'm clean, you'll want to suck my blood. Then you can be clean in the day and dirty yourself up in the night if it pleases you. Do what you will. His words hang in the air between us like a haze. Despite the numerous opportunities he's had to hurt me, he hasn't laid a hand on me all night. If my safety really is guaranteed, it's a tempting deal to make. Besides, it's not like I have many other options. Just some songs and you'll let me go? You won't try to steal my loot while I sleep? You take me for a common thief, how dare you? Such an appalling accusation when you can clearly see I still have all my fingers. The vampire raises his hand for me to see. The familiarity of the gesture is uncanny. It seemed to me that a powerful vampire like you can recover from serious wounds in an instant. You could once have been amputated at the elbow for all we know. And speaking of vampires, I seem to recall a legend that suggests your kind can't cross running water. Which means you can't leave the estate either, can you? I'm curious to know what crime you committed to be sent here. I await your song tomorrow. He stands to leave. Oh man, I never expect these to come up when they do, so I never what's called save before the options, but I guess I'll save after the options. I feel like it's mean to say I hope you see me in your nightmare. He has been very accommodating to us. Like, we came here, trashed his place a little bit at least, and he gave us food, and he's not like been weird or too creepy about anything. He's just been nice, so. But it's also a bit much to be like, good night, sweet prince. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Although I guess this is more playful. Let's be a little bit playful. I'm gonna save here. Return. Good night, sweet prince. Don't let the bed bugs bite. You realize I am not going to sleep. I just no longer wish to be in your company. Then I hope the bedbugs do bite you. Keep speaking that way, and there may be more biting than you bargained for, mortal. I clamp my mouth shut. He strides to the nearest window. But if he's a bat, can't he just fly over the water? Surely he can. Surely he can. Anyway, like before, he erupts into a mist and takes off into the night in the shape of a bat, but this time he left me with a half-finished plate of on-the-sauced fish. Chapter 4: Harmonic Conversations. Do what you will, the vampire said. I was reluctant to believe it when he gave me free roam of the estate, but he since made no move to impede me. I was allowed to wander wherever I pleased. I discovered little of note, just more books of the continued absence of dust. Nothing more suspicious than the errant scrap of paper from my first night. Despite my best effort to distrust him, the vampire only appears to feed me some disgusting fish and claim his song. He stays long enough to make me make wry commentary sometimes and small talk other times, but in physical proximity, he's given me a wide berth. Okay, but like, why don't you help him out with cooking the fish if it's so fucking bad? Song, poof, song, poof. He's polite enough, I suppose, and utterly uninterested in causing me harm. That was enough to move me from a cobblestone bed to a cushioned one. The days soon blend together like the colors of a sunset. Other than my fading bruises and brief performances, there's little to mark the passage of time. The monotony of our routine sways my feelings of weariness into restless puzzling. Questions swarm my mind like locusts, and my aimless wandering doesn't yield enough fruit to feed them. I'd like to state my burning curiosity by interviewing my vampire, but I'm not sure how to approach him when he vanishes after my song's final notes. Besides, I still have every reason to sleep with the fire iron wedged under the door handle. Every so often I'm startled awake by blood-curdling screams. I've ventured out from my room more than once, fire iron in hand and my dagger in the other. I tracked the noise up to the many flights of stairs, worried I would stumble upon a vampire feasting on an unlucky traveler who washed up the river. Then I would stand at the front of his coffin for a time, waiting to hear signs of struggle, waiting to see pools of blood oozing across the floor. But I was always met with an eerie, unmoving silence. I went back to sleep with my bed pushed against the door each time, determined to keep out whoever or whatever was making these horrible sounds. Although I'm sure I would have run into them by now if anyone else is living in the estate. One can never be too careful. Still, as harrowing as those noises have been, sleeping in an actual bed is incredible. I'm starting to feel pampered. The food still leaves much to be desired, but I have pillows, blankets, and the softest pelt carpet on my floor. A creepy estate is indubitably better than camping with stinky, surly guardsmen and sleeping on the ground. It's a hassle to shove my bed to and from the door, but I think it's a small price to pay. Brisk, invigorating air fills my lungs as I step out into the courtyard. A shiver scuttles across my spine as I settle into dewy grass. I position my songwriting journal in my lap, having recently freed it from my clothes with some careful incisions. I always get lost in thought when I turn its pages. The act of deciding on a song makes my heart swell with calm contentment. After choosing one of my older pieces, a spirited melody I wrote when I was younger, I wrap my lute over my shoulder and begin to practice. My performances occurred in crowded areas before I came here. I had to compete with the clamor of moving people, from passers-by to raucous drunks. Here in the grass, I found myself not needing to fight for coin or attention. I can focus on my music, and nature itself is my ensemble. I sing softly, timing my rhythm with the shifting trees and the gurgles of the moat. I like to imagine my notes quiet, though they are. My brain is not computing. I like to imagine my notes quiet, though they are quite tough. My brain is not computing. What is happening? Oh well. Carrying far into the forest, reverberating down mountains. Performing without an audience. My pulse quickens, startled by the sudden voice. My fingers slip. The next drum is discordantly off-key. I squint skyward, trying to make out shapes in the darkness. Reclined across a brick parapet overhead, the vampire stares down at me with his usual flat expression. I slam my journal shut and hide it behind my back. Did you mean to sneak up on me? You'll have to try harder than that if you want to catch me off guard. Oh, we're a guest now. In an easy, soundless motion, the vampire drops to the ground like a falling feather. He saunters towards me, eyes glimmering like diamonds in the dark. I can assure you that if I were to try harder at such a thing, you would not wish to be the recipient of my attention. And I'll have you know that I was here first. Ah, then I suppose I've disrupted you. I didn't mind. His reply was faster and more decisive than I anticipated. My heart hammers harder against my ribs. What is this? Fear? Am I really afraid of a speedy retort? Ridiculous. In a vain attempt to hide weakness, I hover my hand over my chest. No, I suppose you wouldn't mind a free ballad. Shouldn't you be hibernating in the rafters this time of night? I don't normally perform for another hour or two. Not tonight. He gestures to the night sky. The moon above us looks swollen, rounder and larger than I remember ever seeing it. Even so, is a mere full moon really so impressive? I part my lips to express my thoughts when a warm shadow inches across the moon's surface, spreading from its left side like a cocoon around a caterpillar. Soon the moon is as red as a sunset, a glowing rosy marble anchored in the night sky. A blood moon. A total lunar eclipse is the technical term, though you may call it what you like. It only occurs 3 times a year. The people of Illuvia insist that a blood moon is a bad omen, and seeing one during my travels was a foreboding sight. Yet the vampire watches the moon with such earnest intensity, I fear his admiration for it is contagious. It's beautiful. What does it mean for you? Are you more powerful while it lasts? The vampire barks out a small surprised laugh, and his eyes cut away from stargazing to glance at me. No, not at all. I simply folds his arms behind his back. I enjoyed the view. The parapet is the best spot to observe the heavenly bodies in the sky. The ground is a close second. The vampire tilts his head, watching me with an expression I've never seen him wear before. Confused guilt. What is it? My hand twitches, ready to seize the dagger at my belt. I have been referring to you as bard and mortal all this time. I don't believe I've ever asked for your name. Oh. I rest my hand over my lute, relaxing somewhat. You're right. We yelled at each other in the hall and never even introduced ourselves. You can call me Hex. Hex. Yes, it suits you. Does it? He smiles at me enigmatically. You can call me Lucius. Lucius. His name weighs on my tongue like a stone. I never imagined myself learning it. With how often he's alluded to his immortality, it slipped my mind that he must have been a human man once. It's a humbling thought. Moreover, This is the longest amount of time we've spent without the distraction of music or bartering. He's even feeling affable enough to learn my name. Oh my god, every time I see the word affable now, I can only think of Chris abroad. The most affable man in the world. I should try asking him my questions. I may not get a better chance than this. Lucius, if I ask you some questions, will you insist on making it a barter? The vampire doesn't respond for a while. It depends on the question. I suppose that's fair. How about this? You don't have to answer a question if you don't want to. I can move on to the next one, and we'll talk for as long as you're willing to entertain me. Ah, now I am the one entertaining you, and at the generous cost of nothing. What an amusing turn of events. I'm surprised you're so eager to talk to me. I believe you said something about the maddening silence of eternity. I've begun to understand what you meant. I see. Ask your questions then, Hex. I will not ask for you to trade your possessions, but I may like to quell my own curiosity in exchange. He agreed. I wet my lips with anticipation. There's sometimes this noise. It sounds like screaming. That doesn't sound much like a question. I'll rephrase it. What? The source of the noise will not hurt you. It is now your turn to answer my question. The haze with which Lucius changes the topic is unexpected, but not altogether unwelcome. He did sate my curiosity to a degree. Tell me something, as a bard, what do you know of the stars? A simple question that leads to a comprehensive answer. Wise play, vampire. I observed the pinpricks of light above us, winking in and out of the mauve cover of night. I don't remember the last time I relaxed enough to admire them. Before my arrival here, looking at the stars meant I wasn't looking over my shoulder. I needed to watch my own back, keep myself safe and alive. Though I sang of beauty and adventure, it seemed pointless to actually indulge in such things. I was far more focused on where I would lay my head or earn my next coin. How strange to be able to indulge in stargazing now with a vampire standing nearby. I traced different patterns in the skies, moving with practiced ease between each dot. The horned serpent always points north, even as its body shifts. Its tail will tell you where you've been, and where you must go. Ah yes, the horned serpent. Anything else? It's harder to navigate using the others, but I know a few stories. This box-shaped cluster is the treasure trove of the goddess Milandrenol. Milandrenol? I don't know. Supposedly it contains every possession humans have lost throughout their lives, and I draw my finger between the 7 brightest stars in the sky. That's the first king's crown. The stories say he bequeathed to the heavens and offered to the gods to keep his bloodline on the throne. An offering to keep... Oh my god. An offering to the gods to keep his bloodline on the throne. There we go. It's actually funny. Olivia hasn't had a king in centuries, and it's most certainly isn't his bloodline anymore. It seems the gods played a nasty trick on him, Lucius chuckles. It's how such a low and abrupt sound that I lose my train of thought. They may have indeed. Hex, I may yet know a story that you do not know. Shall I share it with you? I arc my eyebrow at that. Who says I don't know the story? You're being unfair, vampire, making me play guessing games. Lucius. Lucius, right. You're being unfair, Lucius. Then tell me this, Hex. Do you know the story of when the stars first appeared? There's a story behind that? Aside from the idea that each one was placed in the sky by the gods, I suppose I don't know this one after all. I knew it. Oh, don't gloat. Are you going to share the story with me or not? He lets out another low chuckle before he deigns to continue. I suppose no one knows for certain how the stars were created, but one of my guests shared with me a tale from his homeland. Unlike the self-serving stories Illuvia dictates to its children, his kingdom believes that humans were not always a fixture in our realm. He believed that once, a very long time ago, the world existed in an endless night, a quiet, pitch-black cult of eternity, unbroken by castle spires and bonfire smoke. When humans began roaming the earth, they would hold their newborns up to see the divine darkness. The stars above them, dotting the skies, in this peacefully lonely world, were believed to befriend those infants and provide protection. The stars were there when we first arrived, and they will persist long after we are gone. That is what he believed. Thus, watching the night skies when we are closest to glimpsing what it was like at the beginning of the world, and what it will be at its end. Oh gods, did your guest earn his freedom with this story? I would have given it to him, Jess. His cryptic phrasing gives me a pause, and Lucius falls quiet. His gaze remains transfixed on the sky. Meanwhile, I'm having trouble tearing my eyes from him, and from the melancholy air he wears like a heavy cloak. I don't know how I ever could have missed it before, because I think that sadness has always been there. The more time I spend here, the harder it becomes to see him as the monster Illuvia led me to believe he was. Perhaps that's what makes him dangerous, or perhaps... I shiver again, rubbing my arms as a breeze whisks through my hair and clothes. Lucius turns promptly away from the sky, clicking his tongue at me. If you are cold, head inside. It will be challenging to play a lute with icicles for fingers. No, I like to stay out here a little bit. Monsters aren't supposed to watch the sky and tell you stories about where the stars came from. Monsters aren't supposed to spare your life and cook disgusting fish for you. The wrongness of my perception of him is eating away at me. I need to ask him my next question. I'm just gonna save here because I feel like maybe there's going to be an option. Let's see here. Were you human once, Lucius? Lucius. How? It doesn't take him long to pick up where I trail off. How did I turn into this? No, He holds up his hand to stop me. He's not bothered by the exact phrasing of the question. I was human once, Hex, and in many ways I still am. You're well aware of the standard method of vampiric infection, I'm sure. Be bitten by one, mix the blood with your own. Then there's usually some manner of death or near-death experience, but then voila, you're a ravenous immortal of the night. But I suspect you're also aware that I was not created in the same way as others have been. I'm quite alive rather than undead, and I have no sire or coven to compel my allegiance. I was not aware of all that, but from his subtext I gather that the blood-curdling screams aren't coming from another vampire. Good to know. Additionally, as I hope you've noticed, I have not lost my mortality to bloodlust. It was your most likable trait during our wayward first meeting. Good. He catches himself as if he didn't mean to agree with me before he shakes it off. Just as humans have notable differences, not all vampires are the same. But the people of Illuvia are keenly familiar with the ferocity of vampire spawn, who routinely raid their homes and eat their children. I do not blame Illuvians for believing the worst of me by proxy, though I do find an occasional amusement in the things they say. Tell me, Hex, what tales are the good people spinning about me these days? Or better yet, have you any theories of your own? Theories of my own? I don't think so. I've heard bits and pieces of vampire lore, but I've never felt the need to speculate. I've never seen a vampire before I met Lucius. There's all sorts of legends about you, but some were more akin to tall tales. People refer to you as a sort of ominous presence or a natural disaster. As far as for how you were created, as you say, one of the guardsmen who captured me, he believed you stole from the gods. Did I? I'm impressed with myself. How did I manage such a feat? They said you broke into the church wine cellar and drank yourself full. As punishment, the gods cursed you with a voracious appetite for the blood of your own people. I've said before that I'm not a thief, but overindulging in wine does sound like something I do. I've always had a fondness for reds. Any other thoughts? Oh. You dealt with demons. You're what happens when a man mates with a bat. Hello. Oh my god. What are these options? I don't know. This one seems funny though. You dealt with demons. I think this one is funny, so let's go with you. What happens when a man mates with a bat? I beg your pardon. Okay, this wasn't specifically about you. It's just something I overheard in a tavern. But since you do turn into a bat, I thought the idea had some merit. They were talking about how vampires are born after a man, you know, implying my poor late father took common animals in bed. He will be rolling in his grave tonight. But perhaps you're not far from the truth. My mother had her bestial moments. Oh my, what an astonishing thing to say about one's own mother. You tricked me into another guessing game, you know? Are you going to tell me the truth, or will you keep goading me to recite absurd theories? His white fangs gleam when he smiles, reflected against starlight. Why, if I revealed all my secrets now, I feared there would be no riveting banter left to pass the time. We wish to stay the hand of maddening silence for as long as we can, do we not? Fine, we do. Maybe I can ask you about simpler things. I retrieved a small charcoal scrap I found on my first night of exploring, holding it up for him to see. I found this under some curtains. Can you tell me about it? It's that... Lucius moves toward me and halts mid-step. His hands linger in the air between us, as if the scrap is a loaf of bread and he hasn't had a meal in weeks. The intensity of his reaction compels me to stand in return. After a moment of hesitation, I gently set it into his palm. Lucius practically cradles the scrap, his fingers passing reverently over the smudged charcoal. I just thought I was being helpful by tidying up a spot you missed. I was going to tease you about it. You actually recognize it? I do. His demeanor has completely changed, almost to an unrecognizable degree. His stooped shoulders don't resemble the rigid, dry, humored vampire I've come to know. Then again, I hadn't taken the time to know him until tonight. He breathes out with shuddering difficulty, as if his lips have gone dry, but slowly he begins to speak again. I ripped it to shreds one night. I was so angry back then. The night I arrived. No, this was a very long time ago. This was a portrait of someone I once knew. I shake my head when he starts to hand the scrap back to me. You don't need to give it back, Lucius. It was yours to begin with. Unless you ripped the drawing because you hate the person depicted? Do you not want it anymore? Lucius avoids my eyes, though he tucks the scraps carefully in his pocket. A pointed question. Humans really do prefer black and white thinking, don't they? He's referring to me by my mortality again, rather than my name. It's complicated then, a sore subject. Yes. His snappy tone makes me flinch, but I hold my ground and refuse to let it show. Because how can hatred persist in a vacuum of eternity, once anger has finished ransacking what remains of your soul? All that's left is exhaustion. Lucius narrows his eyes at me. How would you know such a thing? I give him an innocent little shrug. I'm not ready to change the topic to myself because I find myself genuinely wanting to know more about him. Lucius regards me for a while longer, tapping his finger against his collarbone before he relents with a sigh. I see no reason to keep this secret from you. The portrait depicts the remaining monarch who exiled me here over 300 years ago. Her Majesty Hildegard Edgehaven. Oh. I have suspected we'd both been punished by members of the royal family, but to have it confirmed... My mind races as I bite my lip. I don't want to upset him any further with a poorly timed question. Carry on asking whatever you like, Hicks. Within reason, I will indulge your curiosity. Let's maybe say? Just in case? My questions burst from me like water from a long-suffered dam. How did you come upon such a portrait? I hear it's illegal to depict the faces of the royal family in common artwork. Just having one in your possession, it's an open act of rebellion, isn't it? His lips lift on one side, taking on a smudge line. I'm well aware. What further punishment do you think the current crown can bestow upon me if they find out? Perhaps they will banish me to a different estate. Or perhaps they'll stop sending me guests, hoping in vain that I'll dry up like a prune from lack of blood and attention. To answer your question, I described her face to an artist from memory. So if you've seen her, you knew her from before. What did you do to Queen Hildegard? Did you break into her wine cellar? Or were you her former lover? She exiled you when she caught you in bed with another. Disgusting. No. We were never thus involved. Besides, I prefer to take one partner at a time. Juggling two seems taxing at best. But based on your logic, on what you said when you met me, you must have committed a crime so deeply, grievously, utterly heinous to have been sent here. Am I wrong? Hi. Hi. We're just playing through this game, man. And it's going quite well so far, I think. He hasn't been mean to us yet, so this vampire is rather, what's it called? He's very nice to us. And I've made sure to save in this game. So hopefully, if we do mess up, we can go back. I did replay. I because there's an option to like skip, so I could go through it quite fast and make some saving points and stuff where I thought it could be necessary. So I think we should be good in Witches x Warlocks for next time. I'm prepared. However, I basically caught up to the point where the exams were taking place when we had like talked to both Damien and Zero. So that's all good. And right now we're playing Ballads at midnight, but last Monday we played Witches x Warlocks, which didn't go so well because we didn't pass the Halloween exam. Let's see here. It's been a long time since I last felt like I was sitting in a confessional booth. I don't find the glint of amusement that dances across his otherwise unflappable features. I don't miss... Oh my god, I can't read. What of you, I did ask you first, as you said, and all this time I have been dying to know what unforgivable crimes you committed. Oh, I've made a vampire feel like he's dying. Quite the feat on my part. I sneeze. You really must get indoors. Come, I'll walk with you. You'll not be bested by distant screams, beset by distant screams while I am by your side. Yes, alright, let's get indoors. A dying vampire. Yeah. I'm already dead. How about a hint then? A hint about what are you still... Oh. What? You're still thinking about it? You are insatiable. It's one of my most charming personality traits. Come on, let's trade hints about why we're here, what crimes we committed. Will you go first? I will go first. He seems satisfied with that, though he also decides to occupy his hand with a cleaning cloth. We don't even know what we did, so... I watch him clean every surface he touches like a whirlwind of sanitation. He tends to settle into one of the various lounge chairs during our nightly performances, but without the backdrop of my music, I notice he seldom likes to hold still. Well, I'm waiting on your hint. I haven't come up with a hint yet. I glanced down at my lute and songwriting journal, trying to remember what it was like when I first held them in my hands. I remember how jealous the other girls were when our overseer chose to train me as an entertainer. It was a coveted position, and I was so proud. I remembered the crushing disillusionment when I realized they would never allow me to play or speak freely. The strict inflexible lessons where they rapped my knuckles with a cane for the slightest mistake. I remember how I swore that one day I'd say and do whatever the hell I wanted. Damn the consequences. You already know I have a dogged penchant of speaking my mind, Lucius. I grew up in a stifled home where this attitude was deeply discouraged. Once I broke free of them, I didn't want to hold myself back. I was drawn to everything I couldn't do while I was growing up. I wanted to see the world, and I did. There are times when relentless, unreasonable, and careless. There are times where I've been relentless, unreasonable, and careless, all in the name of acting freely. It's gotten me into trouble more than once. Being sent here is the latest in a long line of consequences I've brought upon myself. I see. You grew up among people who wanted to break your spirit and punish you when you did not bend. The stifled home you describe sounds a lot like an alluvian one. You'd have much in common with the children here. More than you know. I bite the inside of my cheek, taking a moment to weigh my options. As far as I can tell, he has been honest with me. Should I not be honest with him in turn? Hold up. There was no option here, so I'm gonna overwrite this save. Lucius, I'm from here. I'm from Illuvia. Okay, I didn't have to choose. What? So, you do know all of Illuvia's beliefs and customs, yet the way you act and carry yourself in spite of them? It seems we are both rather insolent, you and I, though they should have given you credit for turning out as entertaining as you did. I don't act this way to spite them, not intentionally. I ran away at a young age and haven't returned in years. I suppose I've shed what little Illuvian manners I had. But if you left to see the world, why in heaven did you come back? Don't you now owe me a hint? A hint. He echoes me, folding his arms in front of his chest. He finally ceased cleaning, or perhaps ran out of things to clean, and has settled into his usual velvet chaise. A hint about what I did to end up here. Lucius aims his face at the ceiling, as if he could see the stars through it if he stared hard enough. I don't think I did anything wrong, Hicks. You don't? After I made myself vulnerable, told him where I'm from, and detailed the shortcomings of my personality. The nerve! What does that even mean? You don't think you did anything wrong? How does that qualify as a hint? That doesn't falter as I notice that Lucius isn't arguing with me, or even looking my way. Will you play me the song you were practicing outside, Hicks? I fear we do not have all the time in the world. I will be forced to return to my coffin before long. Forced, you say, as if you can't sleep in a bed with the curtains drawn shut. I would if I could. I would if I could. I can't read that sentence without thinking about that video of the girl and the guy in the car. I don't know if you've seen it, but basically, I think the guy goes, I don't remember what he says, but she goes like, go stick it in your own asshole. And then he answers by saying, I would if I could, bitch. It's very funny. I don't know why, but it's funny. And every time I read I would if I could, I just think about that video. I think it's from a movie, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know which movie. I just know that one scene. So yeah, the more you know. I've been cursed. No, I've just been on the internet too much. I would if I could. Ideally miss sleeping in a bed. Wait, you actually can't sleep in a bed? Why not? Questions. Despite his griping, Lucius does not leave me in suspense. Vampires are prone to compulsions. Universally, they cannot enter one's home without an invitation, and they cannot set foot across running water. I hear some vampires are even compelled to count spilled seed and grain, or to count the holes in a fishing net. I have an additional compulsion, a curse, courtesy of Her Majesty Hildegard Edgehaven. When she had me exiled, she also used sorcery to bind me to a coffin. I cannot stray far from it, lest my inside twist upon themselves, strangling me from within. The first night I restrained the coffin's call and slept in a separate chamber. I awoke vomiting blood. Naturally, this is far from ideal. I need to retain all the blood I have. You asked me if I hated the subject in the portrait. While it's true that my anger has faded into exhaustion, I do find her abominable. Yeah. She knew how I despised tight places. Oh gods, Lucius, that's terrible. Terrible enough for us to move into your nightly performance? Yes, of course. Forgive me. I clear my throat, brushing my fingers over my neck. What are you doing now? Is that where you'd like me to bite you? I yank my hand away from my neck, as if I touched a hot pan. Lucius! I jested. If I bit you there, you would die from blood loss. Though I would bite you if you asked it of me. Are you so certain that you're not interested in an eternal life? You keep talking like a man who no longer wants to hear a song. Lucius raises his hand in surrender, though I catch sight of his shoulders still quaking with amusement. Ooh, Chapter 5, Rhythm and Rain. Let's see what happens this chapter. The heavens are generous with rain this year. Within a fortnight of my stay, black clouds have begun blotting out the moon. A few days later, we were neck-deep in Illuvia's rainfall season. At first, I was nervous that the moat would overflow and flood the estate, but the weather was wickedly fickle. The rain frequently stopped and began anew like a broken music box. Nonetheless, the ground outside was perpetually muddy. I spent a lot of time indoors. Should have named it Rhythm of the Night. Not more references. Oh, that's a good song though. It's a bop, like a banger. Good disco song to dance to. I spent a lot of time indoors. I was reluctant to soil the only boots I owned, and Lucius gave me hell whenever I left dirty footprints in the halls. Tonight, a thick fog hangs like a curtain outside. The windows shake and rattle, straining against the storm. Because I'm disinclined to set foot in violently dreary weather, I decide this is an optimal opportunity to write some new songs. I was surprised to find a number of brushes, parchment, and writing quills stowed away in a cupboard, and even more surprised to find an inkwell that hadn't dried out. I recall how the vampire told me he housed an artist once, and tried to picture whether said artist could have single-handedly smuggled in all these materials. That seems unlikely. He must have been much sneakier than me, or had a lot more pockets. If I were him, I would have prioritized smuggling in some food and weapons instead of art supplies. But I should be grateful to him, in any case. I made myself a bowl of soup, boiled turnip and mushrooms, so I could write without being interrupted by hunger. Lucius' disgusting fish can only tide me over for so long. While I never had much interest in cooking and often survived on trail rations in the past, I do know how to feed myself in a pinch. Although my soup is only palatable due to some dried herbs I scrounged from the near empty pantry, there may be unforeseen perks to living in a vampire's castle, but gourmet meals are certainly not one of them. Thankfully, I've never had much interest in the finer things. While my soup cools, I start a small fire to keep myself warm. On the while, my impromptu little workspace is comfortable. I've always wanted a writing nook, and this may be the closest I'll ever get to having one. Unfortunately, I tap the nib of my quill against the writing desk, glaring at the blank, loose-leaf piece of parchment. Call me a perfectionist, but I refuse to transcribe a song into my journal until I'm certain it's amazing. Besides, I found it's more freeing to write when I don't care for the paper I'm using. I scratch out the word before my quill completes the arc of the E. I have everything I need to write, don't I? But now that I'm sitting down to do it, my head feels as foggy as the weather outside. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself. Let's try this again. There once was an old farmer who... The weight of each word feels hackneyed and rotten, like old apples. I feel like I'm choking on them. I flipped the parchment over, feeling miserable with contempt. Stupid blank page. Before long, I find myself leafing backwards through my journal. It doesn't contain much of my original work, honestly. To survive as a traveling bard, I've had to memorize and rewrite songs that were already popular, already known. Original work, I quickly learned, was not often well received in an unruly tavern. I've been booed, had tomatoes thrown at me, and even gotten into brawls because someone wanted to hear a song I didn't know how to play. Play Shoreline! So I had to learn. I had to adapt. I had to make it work. At times, I've even stolen promising lyrics from my peers and rivals. I hated doing it, but I did it anyway. And all for what? Freedom? Coin? Glory? Gods, with so much time to think, I can't help wondering if the life I've led has been one worth living. The vampire was right about the maddening silence. It must be well past midnight. Lucius should be here any minute now. I realized that while thoughts of his arrival used to fill me with dread, I recently looked forward to seeing him. I've been surprised. We've been surprising each other with how easily the conversations came, how willing we were to talk. I often find myself trying to stay awake and to finish a thought, only to be shooed to bed the moment he catches me yawning. As much as it pains me, I just can't get the hang of the night cycles. I've tried, because being in his company is far more preferable than to being stuck with my own. This leaves me cherishing the few hours we have together each night. Without even realizing it, I had flipped through every page of my songs. My hand pauses over the inside cover of my journal. I gazed absent-mindedly at the strange runic symbol on the first page, some sort of bejeweled pendant encircled by a knotted half-wreath of thorns, which has somehow resisted fading no matter how often I've touched it over the years. Brushing over the bold red ink, I wonder if I'm imagining the faintly sharp prickle across the pads of my fingers. Below the symbol, written in a hurried, clumsy scrawl, are the words, "Keep safe, O." Who's O? I once felt at ease from such simple words. Looking at them now only tightens the knot in the pit of my gut. Maybe this is a sign that I just need to move on to bigger and better things. That I've been too rooted in the past. I shut the journal. My chair squeals against the floor as I stand up, resting my palm on either side of this blasted book. I could toss it into the fireplace if I wanted to. Here and now, I could break the final chains linking me to my past. Keep safe. Those were her instructions to me. Try as I might, I can't defy them. I gathered the journal into my arms, cradling it against my chest. For a moment, I can still feel the blossom of warmth from the words. Keep safe. I'm going to find Lucius. The silence truly is maddening. I gather my things, striding out into the hall, only to collide unwittingly into the vampire lurking outside. He catches me by the forearms, taking a step back to keep us balanced, although my journal and supplies tumble to the floor. Lucius? The hex? Lucius releases me once he's sure I'm steady, and immediately bends to pick up the mess. No, don't. I seize the journal and hold it away from him. He eyes me with some measure of confusion, but shrugs and picks up the loose parchment instead. I see you found some old supplies. I'm glad they're getting some use, though I really thought the ink would have dried out by now. What have you written so far? There once was an old man in a farm? I snatched a document from him. I won't have you making fun of my first drafts. What are you doing out here? I didn't wish to disturb you. You looked like you were trying to focus. In vain, perhaps. There was not much to disturb. But, you were trying to be considerate. Thank you. Lucius nods, dismissive but polite. He doesn't like to acknowledge gratitude. For you to rush out of the chamber like a bat from a cave. Why? Rushing to seek inspiration elsewhere? No. Gods, I can't just admit that I wanted to talk to him until I forget my grievances. Isn't it time for our nightly ballad? He watches me through narrowed eyes, but favors me with a small smile. You need not hurry for such a thing. If you wish to write tonight, you may write. Come. What? Wait. Lucius all but pulls me back into the chamber, coaxing me to be seated once again at the writing desk. I scowl at him, drawing my knees to my chest. Lucius, you don't... Heels off the furniture? I scowl at him harder, but lower my legs to flatten my heels on the floor. I wanted to write, but I couldn't think of anything. You also never finished your soup. It's gone cold. He looks pointedly at my bowl. You're a terribly slow eater, aren't you? I may yet expire before you finish it. I'm not a slow eater. I am a distracted eater. Why do you want my soup? Here. I push it toward him. He gently pushes it back. No, thank you. My taste buds aren't quite what they used to be. A mortal's meal may as well be a mouthful of dust. That explains your cooking. Lucius arches a brow at me. Forgive me, that was uncalled for. Have I done something to annoy you? No, not at all. I chew my lip. I don't think I want to write anymore, and I don't want any more of this soup. Ah, I was presumptuous then. I wouldn't go that far. Look, can we just talk for a while? That was what I wanted. He extends his arm, gesturing for me to take the opposite seat to him. I relocate gratefully away from the writing desk, slumping onto the cushioned bench. You have something on your mind? Yes, no, yes, but I don't want to talk about it. I understand. What would you like to discuss instead? Lucius leans forward with his elbows propped on his knees. With the candid way he's staring at me, I almost feel like I can tell him anything. But I'd rather not talk about myself. Not yet. What do you eat? I mean, you sustain yourself with blood, but if you only get a guest every couple of years, and even then, sometimes you let them go or don't feed on them at all. I can make do with animal blood, fish mostly, as the moat is rich with them. Oh, that really explains his cooking. That's another thing I've been wondering. If you can't cross the water, how do you get the fish? By using tools like any civilized mammal. So, a fishing rod? You fish? Sometimes I use a net, sometimes I use a spear and some rope. I have a very strong throwing arm. Yeah. animal blood. It's just like in Twilight. If I remember correctly, I think the Cullen family feeds on animals. And they go out hunting in the woods. And then there's the rival family who drinks human blood, I think. I don't think I've seen all of the movies, but it wasn't too long ago that we had like a Twilight, what's it called, like party, I guess, where we watched Twilight and like drank a bunch of beer and stuff, and we had like a drinking game for the movies, and it was so funny. I didn't realize when I first watched like the first Twilight movie how like crazy some of the things are. Like one of the first scenes with Edward is like when Bella comes into like the science classroom and he like covers his mouth and nose and looks absolutely disgusted. And then she sits next to him and he looks so in pain. I don't know, the acting is so funny. Yeah. I feel like they're just fun to watch at this point. Yeah. Against my better judgment, I observe his shoulders and upper arms, searching for any hints of bulging muscle under his sleeves. If Lucius noticed me doing this, he keeps it to himself. For that matter, I'm surprised you haven't asked how I intended to ensure your freedom when I myself cannot cross the water. It ends in the fun category of movies now. Yeah, for sure. It's like fun bad. I should watch, because I think I watched, because we had like a watch party, and I watched most of like the first and second movie, I think, and then towards like the third and maybe fourth, we weren't paying as much attention anymore. But it was also really fun because this was something we did, like, it was a bunch of people, and we had like, or I didn't, I was just there as a guest, but the people in charge had like decorated everything with a bunch of Twilight themed things. And on the bathroom doors, there were 2 bathrooms, right? And on one, there was a like human-sized picture of Edward, and on the other was one of Jacob. And every time you went to the bathroom, like on the other side of the bathroom door was like a Team Jacob versus Team Edward. Like, you wrote like a line for each time you used that to like vote on who's the better one. So that was a lot of fun too. I don't know who came up with that idea, but it was genius. I think Jacob won at the end. And I think I noticed too that like at first I think more people were going to the Edward bathroom, but then as the movies progressed, more people went to the Jacob bathroom. But then I think at one point, no, I need to think. And I also think, like, everyone didn't write the line every time. Like, sometimes if the Jacob bathroom was occupied, they would go to the Edward one and not write. But I don't know. I don't remember if anyone was hardcore any team. Yeah, I don't remember. But it was a bunch of fun. For that matter, I'm surprised you haven't asked how I intended to ensure your freedom when I myself cannot cross the water. Yeah, it was a great event. And it's probably quite easy, maybe easy to replicate, might not be true, I don't know. I think it all started because one of the people, like one of my friends, has like this thing since like, I don't remember when, but multiple years back, where I think he was like at a secondhand store with some friends, and they found Twilight that you could buy, like some movies, DVDs, and he was like, wouldn't it be funny if I like just bought these? And then he did, and since then, every time he's at like a second-hand store, he just buys all of the Twilight things they have. Which is so funny. I don't know how, like, I've heard the story, but I still can't believe that, like, that just became a thing that he did. So he had, like, a stack of Twilight movies, and he had, like, posters and stuff. Yeah, he had a whole collection. So like all of the decorations and stuff came from him, and they had like taped like the covers for the movies on the wall, I think, if I remember correctly. It was really funny. It was a good time. I'm gonna continue this story now. Because I haven't thought about what I'll do when I leave. The thought feels like an anchor in my chest, a heavy reminder of the future. I presumed you'd tell me when it was time. Of course, I can also tell you early. I will simply throw you across the moat like a javelin. You wouldn't. He practically cackled as I recall from him. I wouldn't. There is another way. I will show you in due time. Oh, then good. Relapse into a hollow silence as my mind wanders back to my troubles, until the vampire starts making a tutting sound at me. He studies my face with intent, and I realize too late that my pleasantly neutral facade had at some point fallen into a frown. You're low in your spirits tonight. Is the weather bringing you down? How else can I help? I suppose I could try telling you a joke, but I only know the one, and no, I shouldn't. I will refrain, it's quite filthy. That piques my interest. I don't mind dirty jokes. I spend a lot of time in taverns, you know. I'm almost certain I've heard them all. No, Hicks, you don't understand. This is not meant for polite company. We don't need to be polite company all the time, do we? We can be a little impolite. It's not a little impolite, it is unforgivably dirty. If he says that, I'm just gonna want to know it more. Please, Lucius. Very well. You can't say I didn't warn you. It's not too late to change your mind. Lucius, you're killing me. Do you want me to beg? I don't think I can go on without hearing it. His laugh is low. It's a low rumble in his chest, and he still makes me wait several seconds before he finally delivers his dirty yoke. Oh god. Here we go. A wise horse falls in waist-deep mud. Wait, that's it? That's the dirtiest joke you know? Wait, what? Wait a minute. He tricked me. He played me a fool. Oh, I should be so furious with him, but indignant laughter is already bubbling from between my lips. What? How dare you? I grew up with a classic French father who enjoyed a lot wine, so I had the chance to hear all the grossest, darkest, filthiest jokes on earth. Oh no! Damn. You must be... I feel like I have one joke. Like, if people were to ask me, like, oh, tell me a joke. But it doesn't work in English, I don't think. Every subject what joke about. I get it. Wait, I need to think. Can I translate it to English somehow? No, I don't think I can. Yeah, I think if I had some time to like just think and like write it down and try to find like similar words, I think I could do it. But it's basically like a play on words where you're basically like, oh, have you heard the story about what the hell is the word in English? I don't even know what the name... What? How can I not know this? Wait. Let me look this up. I guess trailer, but that's not really the word I'm looking for. But basically, something that you pull behind you, right? And then the Swedish word for like pulling something can also be used to like basically say, oh, I don't like making a joke or telling something. Just gross and dark, sadly. Those jokes are also fun. But it's basically like, oh, I don't feel like pulling that joke, basically. It's kind of the gist of it, because it's something you drag behind you. It's really bad, but most people at least get a chuckle out of it. Maybe I should have like a English one in my head too, in case I need to tell a joke to someone in English. How dare you, Gabby said that. It's not even funny, you're the worst. My laughter ripples into a snort, and I know it's futile to try and contain it. Lucius smiles at me all the while, incorrigibly satisfied. Gods, I hate this vampire. I had a similar reaction when I first heard the joke. It pleases me to do it some justice. You burst out laughing? I don't remember my exact reaction, it was a long time ago. Well, do you remember who taught you that joke? A former guest, Gillian. Lucy's face softened, and my laughter stops like a clogged drain. There's that sadness again. He didn't try to barter with that joke, did he? Oh gods, can you imagine? No, this was before I began bartering with people. A darker time. Were your dark times lifted with a joke? Were your dark times lifted with a joke about a white horse? Lucius smiles at me wryly. Would you like me to tell you about him? I'm surprised at myself when the words spill from my mouth. Not if it troubles you. I mean, if you wish to tell me, I will listen. Lucius hesitates, tapping on his collarbone until he musters the initiative to speak. When I was first exiled to this estate 300 years ago, there truly was no escape. I frequently fought with the desperate men and women who were sent here. They feared me even when I showed them kindness and reason, and made a point to attack me when I last expected it. My spine stiffens. That frightened, desperate outlook sounds grimly familiar to my own back when I first arrived. You had no choice but to defend yourself. I did try other methods in hope of coexisting, of earning their trust, but yes, they tended to turn on me regardless. It often resulted in a fight to the death at my hands. I never could resist untying them. I felt a certain kinship for them, I suppose, before it was inevitably dashed. It was never difficult to overpower them. They were mere humans, and I was an immortal being. I was becoming more powerful with age. Until one day, when I was careless, I had subdued an intruder and left her at the brink of death. Unbeknownst to me, conditions were ripe for her to turn. As a vampire spawn, she was vicious. Her anger overpowered any compulsion I had over her, and she managed to run me through in the same moment I ripped out her throat. Lucius' hand hovers over his chest where his wound must have been. I was alive, but I was pinned down, paralyzed in place. I was lucky to have fallen in the shadows near my coffin. The vampire spawn was not so lucky. She was well and truly dead, and so she began to decompose. Though those claws remained embedded in my chest as a parting gift. I was perpetually awake, but I could not move. I must have laid there for nearly 2 years. Lucius, I'm so sorry. You run into a lot of strife when you become as old as I have. It is not unusual. Yes, but it must have been harrowing. Mostly I was just bored. He's being aloof, but his hand is massaging his chest right above his heart. I assume he doesn't want to show weakness. Gillian was the one who found me there. He gave me a wide berth at first, approached only to use the vampire spawn's claws to cut his bonds before jumping away. Comical, really. But then I was practically a husk. I could sense him, but I could not move and could not speak. I would sense him coming and going each night, wandering the estate much like you've been doing. After some time, he returned to my side and tugged the claws out of my chest. He what? I knew the story must have been leading there, but it was still a bit of a shock. Why on earth would someone release a petrified vampire? Oh? I don't want to assume that he's stupid. Let's assume he was just very kind. He must have been incredibly kind. I'm gonna save here. Not that it helps much when I've already made my decision, but I suppose he felt some kinship for you. You were both trapped. He certainly was kind. Much too kind, I think. Lucius chuckles quietly. He was the one who drew that portrait, the scrap you found. We burned wood together to make charcoal, and he made all kinds of artwork during his stay. I destroyed much of his work when I lost him, and I regret allowing my emotions to get in the way of reason. It just wasn't fair. The way he convinced me to have compassion for others, the way his gentle nature allowed us to gather a motley little group, it wasn't fair the way he... This little group of guests I had, they're the ones who figured out a way to escape this blasted estate. I encouraged Gillian to go with them, but he wanted to stay behind. He wanted to stay with me. Which meant, of course, that my very next guest was a cruel one. I awoke to the intruder rifling through my things while Gillian bled out in the courtyard. Death is a fate all mortals share. I know it all too well, but it shouldn't have been his time. As I let the story sink in, my next words are quietly careful. Did you kill his murderer? Ruthlessly, but it gave me no satisfaction. Lucian heaved a heavy, shuddering breath. Gillian was still gone. I was alone again, and I had no one else to blame. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no. You were in love with him, weren't you? Do you wish you turned him? Fuck, both of these questions are good. I feel like asking if he loved him would be a little bit too prying, but I don't know. I'm just like assuming from what he said that he was in love with him. But also, when he did get a vampire spawn, maybe he would have changed. Fuck, I don't know what to say. Fuck, oh no. Let's just be cautious, maybe. Do you wish you turned him? Sometimes, however, he was worried about losing his free will. I told him about how the vampire spawn was able to resist my command. She had lucid speech and seemed to retain her mind just fine, despite her adamantly murderous intent. But he was Fully against the idea of becoming a vampire, he treasured his humanity too dearly. A fitting mindset for an artist, perhaps. It was some time after that when I began bartering with my guests. Immediately offering them freedom made them cagey. They suspected me of foul play, of being up to something. It was as if they needed to pay a price for their freedom. It helped them feel at ease, in control. It helped them make sense of. Lucius gestures to himself. I remember the scuffle we had when I first arrived, the way he disarmed me, but otherwise kept his distance, the way he prowled around and said those menacing things. You had to play the part people expected of you. It is exhausting, but they fear me more than I do. They fear me more if I don't. And of course, bartering does not come from a place of pure altruism. It gives me something to look forward to, alleviates my apprehension of what the next guest will have in store. When one finds himself acting as the Queen's personal executioner, the odds are high that some of the people she sends will be dangerous. Though occasionally, I will receive someone kind enough to offer a listening ear. Like Gillian? Like you. I blink at him, bewildered. Gillian was kind, but he was a notoriously bad listener. He would have interrupted me 10 times just then, usually with some absurd tangent about how he thought snails were, effervescent. What I mean to say is, thank you for listening to my sad old tale about a lost love. I've never told it to anyone before. Can I ask you one more question? Of course, anything. Something about that last word made my stomach flutter. No, I must be hungry. I grab my deserted bowl and sip at the cold soup. If Gillian was such a good man, what did he do to get sent here? What was his crime? Lucius outright grins at the question. He edges a little closer to me as if he wishes to rope me into a conspiracy. Supposedly, he painted an unflattering portrait of a nobleman's daughter. What? That's it? Yes, and Gillian couldn't help it. He was both an architect and prestigious painter, lauded for his accuracy and attention to detail. To willfully make the girl more beautiful than she was, well, it would have been a lie, and it would have tarnished his good name. The daughters betrothed took one look at the portrait and cancelled their arrangement, leaving the nobleman high and dry with an unwed daughter. The nobleman needed someone to take the fall and convince the crown to send Gillian here, but it wasn't Gillian's fault. The man had an ugly daughter. I clasp my hand over my mouth. My giggles are punctured only by the sound of crackling fire. I hadn't anticipated that Lucius could make me laugh more than once, let alone show such vulnerability tonight. And it's so odd. It sounds like the artist was punished for revealing the truth, even if it wasn't entirely his intent to do so. In a way, I suppose I swallowed my lute into my lap and gazed down at it. It's awash in glowing firelight. I think I'm ready to tell you what I did, Lucius. He straightens, immediately adds attention. Really? Yes. You kept me waiting for so long. I didn't expect. Hold on, just a moment. I need a drink. Shall I fetch you a glass as well? I think it will be nice to keep my throat from going dry, yes. What do you have on the menu? Wine? You have wine? Where? Since when? I mean, sure, if you don't mind sharing. Lucius shoots me a mysterious, winning grin before he stalks off into the halls. Where does he hide these things? Every so often, Lucius will present me with some new object or tool from God knows where. Just earlier this week, he fetched me a ladder to climb the ledge when I complained about running out of bathing water. Once I climbed up, he made me promise to not to attempt the peerless journey of swimming across the moat, and then handed me a bucket and told me to take all the water I needed. He pulls them out of his inventory. Yeah. Yeah, those pockets in those games are always so, like, magical. You can just have whatever you want in those, huh? I could swear I've walked through every hall and peeked in every room. Not once have I ever seen any ladders or buckets until he materialized them into existence. Maybe he knows creation spells? Conjuration magic? A vampire who knows magic. That will be the day. Lucius returns as I muse over the idea, presenting me with my promised glass. Deep red wine sloshes gently within, glistening like black opal in the room's low light. I would have brought you an entire barrel, but wine is hard to come by around these parts. Better to be frugal with it. You can carry an entire barrel? I told you, I have strong arms. When I first arrived, I even hauled my coffin up all those flights of stairs. Admittedly, it was exhausting. I was strong enough to do it, but I don't have unlimited stamina. And why were you hauling your coffin upstairs? You wanted to be closer to the sky? You know me so well already. Lucius returns to his seat and crosses his legs, sipping his wine and peering at me over the rim. He looks very at ease indeed. At ease and powerful. I take a slow gulp of my own wine. It's sweeter than I expected, with an undertone of currants and plums. Well, hang on. If you're so strong, how was I able to escape you? I yanked myself free when I first arrived. That sounds dangerously close to a complaint, Hex. I'm just curious. I don't begrudge you for it, but surely you realize by now that I am very disciplined and have incredible self-control. I released you because I had no desire to restrain you. You were acting like a street cat who didn't want to be held. I did not wish to be scratched. Gee, thanks. Disciplined, incredible self-control. You're full of praise for yourself tonight, Lucius. I'm serious. These attributes of my character ensure that I would never bring harm to you. Not unless you asked it of me. Oh? Ayo? I cough into my wine. What is that supposed to mean? Do you need water? No, I'm fine. Can you hear how fast my heart is beating? From Twilight to 50 Shades of Grey? No! I actually haven't seen 50 Shades of Grey. So I know what it's about, but I haven't seen anything from it, so maybe that's for the next watch along. I feel like that would be unbearable though. I pluck absent-mindedly at my lute strings, still uncertain if I'm ready to reveal the parts of myself I'd rather forget. But he has been vulnerable with me. It's only fair that I be vulnerable with him in turn. And it's no time like the present. We have a 50 Shades of Grey part, please be careful when going. Yeah, that's true. Only do that with people you trust. Very true. And also ask for clarification. It would probably be good. And also, I was thinking about this, but Lucius is drinking wine. Or is he drinking blood? Because didn't he say that, like, mortal food tastes like dust to him? So, is it, like... Is there a, something about wine that just works? Like, yeah, I drink wine, that tastes good. Or is it just blood? I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get a clarification on that, but I guess we'll see. But he has been vulnerable with me. It's only fair that I be vulnerable with him in turn, and there's no time like the present. I should start with some context. I told you before that I grew up here in Illuvia. I neglected to mention that it was in an orphanage, Nightingale Gardens Home for Girls. His lip just barely twitches, as if he recognizes the name. I wouldn't be surprised if so. It's a very old, long-established institution. One of his previous guests might have mentioned it, or grew up there, like me. Everyone told me it was an enviable place to be, especially the matrons, who were always so proud to work there. They told me girls would go as far as to murder their own parents in hopes to being sent to Nightingale Gardens. I never heard of it actually happening, but that was the prevailing attitude. Because the girls of this orphanage were guaranteed to have a place in high society. We were educated vigorously in matters of court, history, handwriting, sewing, and entertainment. Once every several dozen years, the best and brightest girls was then chosen to become Illuvia's next queen. Did they have that tradition when you were human, Lucius? Yes, I believe I heard something about it in passing, but it was so long ago. Well, the tradition was in full swing when I was young. The last queen was growing old and infirm, and there were talks about that the new queen would be chosen soon. How unfortunate for you, yes? You could have been chosen. No, I hated it there. It was stuffy and full of pompous snobs. The matrons had our entire lives planned out for us, without once stopping to ask what we wanted to do. And they had the nerve to act like I should keep my mouth shut and be grateful. The other girls seemed content with their lot, which meant they didn't understand how I felt. They kept me at arm's length. I hated the pressure to succeed and got into a lot of trouble. Even back then, I never would have been in line for the throne. The closest person I had to a friend was an older girl named Ophelia. She was in the line for the throne. We all knew she would be chosen too, because she was perfect. She was beautiful, graceful, and always seemed to say the right thing. Always. She was always talking about the changes she'd like to make, and the way she'd like to improve our kingdom. She does sound lovely, but Hicks, forgive me for saying this. No one is perfect. Surely your Ophelia is not exempt. He looks a little surprised when I start laughing. You're right. You're absolutely right. Ophelia was a godforsaken rascal. She'd lie through her teeth with a smile and no one was the wiser. The way she let me see her naughty, conniving side, I felt special, you know? And she truly did want to make things better. She was as clever and sharp as a knife, but she did care about the people around her. At least, that's what I believed. More wine. Yes, please. I drink deeply from my refilled glass before continuing. So, when Ophelia was chosen and packed her bags, she promised me up and down that she would write every day, every single day. I knew that it was forbidden for Illyrian Crown to contact the world outside. We both knew that. Every queen was meant to cut all ties with everyone she ever knew before she was chosen. That was the rule. But I believed her, you know? She was so much smarter than me and so crafty. I really thought she'd find a way. I pat the cover of my songwriting journal, which I had placed at my side. I always try to keep it near when it pains me. But all she ever sent me was this book with its empty pages, and a hurried little note on the inside cover. I thought she was encouraging me to write my songs in it, and it made me happy for a time, but I never heard from her again. Lucius is watching me with his full attention. I can't stop now. So what else could I do? I begged the matrons to grant me a position in the castle. I begged them day and night. All I wanted was to see Ophelia again. Until finally they snapped at me and told me to stop asking. They told me they barely managed to secure a position for me as a court entertainer in a faraway land, and that I needed to be grateful. But I wasn't grateful. I argued with them until they took me by the ear and showed me what for. I'll never forget it, how they told me to grow up and stop being childish while they raised me across the back. Apparently my destination had no complaints about women with whipping scars. X. I ran away soon after that, with just the clothes I wore and, honestly, the very things I have with me now. The loot they gave me, the songwriting journal from Ophelia, and a handful of coins. Lucius spoke slowly, reluctant to interrupt but unable to contain his curiosity. Your crime was running away from this wretched orphanage. Oh no, not at all. I gave them the slip. His shoulders sag with relief. I wager he feels some kinship with the little girl I once was. I went on to become a traveling vagabond for many years. I performed everywhere I could, and I saw the world. It was difficult in its own way. People distrusted a new face, and meaningful connections were hard to come by. I was even accused of witchcraft sometimes, for some reason. Oh. Something about corrupting their women and stealing their men with siren songs. Some days were freeing and exciting back then, while other days made me feel like a ghost in search of a final resting place. But no matter what I did or where I went, I just couldn't stop thinking about Ophelia. Did you have feelings for this Ophelia of yours? Gods, Lucius. She was practically an adult and I was 6. Which means, yes, I was absolutely obsessed with her. Not that she ever seemed to fancy anyone. I'd ask her, you know, if she found some boy or girl attractive. She had this way of wrinkling her nose as she turned down every single one. Like you. Like... I gawk at him. I notice you wrinkle your nose sometimes when you find something disagreeable. Were you not aware? My face suddenly feels rather hot. Anyway, well, you know how young girls idolize older women. I do. Yeah, wait, you do? Yes, I had younger sisters once. We never had a chance to grow close, but I knew they were eager to idolize. That's news to me. I start to ask him about it, but he holds up a hand to stop me. Please, continue with your tale. I apologize for the interrupt. He grimaces suddenly, and my brows knit with concern. It's not the first time I've seen that expression.
Lucius? Are you okay?
Oh my god, there's voice acting. There was voice acting at the beginning of the game, and now it's back?
I'm fine. The coffin.
Oh, it's calling him. He flinches as he takes a deep breath.
I'll be fine for a while longer. It just calls to me sometimes.
Yeah, you've told us about that.
If you need to go back early...
Oh, Lucius slams his fist on the arm of his seat. His wine jostles lightly in his other hand.
No, I'll not let it squander what little time I have away from it. Forgive me, please. Continue.
Alright, if you say so. I tap my fingers against the cover of my urinal, feeling a little agitated but wanting to gratify his wishes. He'll get upset if I speed through the story, but I can try to shorten it for him.
Even from distant kingdoms, I would hear terrible gossip about Alluvia's young queen. Apparently, she did nothing to better anyone's life but her own.
Oh.
She kept our cruelest traditions intact, torturing and slaughtering people in droves. And most notably, she kept the tradition of sacrificing people to the crown's pet vampire.
In other words, you.
No offense.
None taken. Inspiring such unease in its people helps the monarchy stay in power. Fear of punishment, I always heard, is a better motivator than acts of love.
This makes me feel like this is heading towards the end of the game, you know?
But Ophelia was supposed to be different, and the people were unhappy. There were talks of a revolt. Although I wasn't the most talented bard in the lands, I was starting to get some renown and make strong connections. I can still scarcely believe it, but I managed to get an audience with Queen Ophelia. I was meant to perform for her.
Lucius' eyes slowly went wide with realization.
You didn't.
I maybe, kind of, definitely spoke my mind in front of the queen and her entire court. But I did it through song.
You didn't.
Lucius is torn perfectly between horrified and scandalously amused, clasping his hand over his yaw with disbelief.
I did.
Oops.
Do you want to hear the song?
His gestures were enthusiastically erratic now. He waits for me to go on, and can hardly sit still as he pours himself some more wine. As for me, I set my glass down and clear my throat. Oh no, the song is so quiet.
Queens, queens, they rule in the light, remembering tales of their king.
I think it's because I have the music low. Oh, that's so sad. I wish it was louder.
I'll be always right, proud until I'm proven. Show your cruel self till the end of night, when you'll be slain at day's conclusion.
Oh. When Lucius applauds me, it's a gradual as it is resonant. The very furniture around us seemed to shudder in response.
Gods!
Oh shit, that's loud now. I tried to turn the music up a little for you guys.
That was a more subdued version. Back in Chord, I was screaming the lyrics at the top of my lungs.
I only wish I could have seen it for myself. You must have been radiant.
Lucius looks at me with plain, unmistakable admiration. I feel my cheeks growing warm again, but I tell myself it's just the wine.
I always knew Alluvia was full of busybody moralists. To think they'd punish you so gravely for such a thing. Simply ungrateful.
Oh, I don't know about gravely. I think I like it here.
And I like having you here.
Oh? Our eyes meet with a slow yet abrupt understanding of each other. We're so alike in so many ways, I can hardly believe it. The storm had stopped at some point. It's quiet enough that I can hear his breath, steady and strong even from this distance. And then he grimaces again. I pivot in time to see the sky now clear of black clouds, shifting into the first dusky hints of daybreak. Lucius. Yes, yes, I'm going. No need to rush me. You may have the rest of this wine, if it pleases you. He smiles at me one last time, strained and fleeting, before he turns into mist and disappears into the shadows. I'll see you tomorrow night, Lucius. I know I'm speaking into an empty room. I know it all too well, but I already miss him. Wow. Chapter 6, Lullabies of the Lost. After staying up all night, exchanging bittersweet memories with a vampire, I should have been more than ready to fall into 100-year slumber. Yet I toss and turn for hours. My mind is once again filled with locusts, but instead of wheedling questions, this time they whisper ideas. I stride out of my chambers with a groan, raking my hands through my haphazard bedhead. I sit harder than I intended to at the blasted writing desk, and I steadily begin to write. I would write the truth, just as I did when I sang before the queen and her court. I would write the truth about this vampire who's been banished to an abandoned estate. People need to know that his humanity is not as lost as they say. When I get out of here, people will know. My quill scrawls to a stop. When I get out of here. How many songs have I played for him now? On the lunar eclipse, I played my 10th song. Earlier tonight must have been my 30th. I still have a ways to go before I'm free, but I've made significant headway on my debt to him. So we've been here for like a month. No use thinking about it now. I still have time to decide what I want to do. I nod to myself and bow my head as I continue writing. I awake slowly to a light pattering of rain outside, with my cheek pressed against the desk and drool seeping from the side of my lips. Blearily, Blearily, I wipe my mouth and squint at the loose leaf paper in front of me. I had written only 2 tangible verses before I was overtaken by exhaustion. The rest were either bitterly scratched out or scarcely decipherable. I sigh, reaching up to scratch my head, and promptly knock over the inkwell. Shit! I hiss out another string of curses as the ink spreads around the desk and drips off the side. Instinctively, I save the journal and end up sacrificing my eager verses to the fast-spreading black pond. Oh, damn it, what a waste. What is wrong with me lately? Lucius is going to be so angry with me. Where's that damn cleaning cloth he always uses? I turn to and fro and realize with growing dismay that he always seems to have it on hand. He must keep it on his person. But maybe he has a spare up in the rafters. Maybe he keeps multiple rags near his person. To be safe, I search through all the cabinets downstairs like a pillaging raccoon. Not a single rag turns up. Knowing that Lucius will be even angry if I use a blanket or, God forbid, a curtain to clean up the mess. Seems I have no choice but to venture upstairs. My hand traces the familiar cracks and bumps of the cobblestone wall, a tactile map I've learned to use due to the abysmal lighting of the stairwell. There are no windows to light my path, and the torches must have burned themselves down to smoldering husks an eternity ago. As I climb, I try to plant my feet towards the edge of each step, not only to keep my balance, but to reduce the chance of stepping on a groaning center plank. As a general policy, I found it's best to avoid making undue noise. I'm winded by the time I reach the highest point in the estate, and I brace myself by resting my palms on my knees. Who in heaven decided it was a good idea to build something with so many stairs? I want to give them a piece of my mind. I spend the next half hour carefully rifling through the attic. Bro, at this point, the ink is just gonna dry up, man. Like, what are you trying to do at this point? There's an annoying number of decorative boxes and trinkets up here, and not nearly enough cleaning rags. I jerk to a stop as I wrench open a jewelry box and see the contents within, realizing with abrupt horror how my actions mirrored the person who killed Lucius Artis, rifling through his things. I don't intend to steal anything. Lucius won't see me. I should still have another hour or 2 before he wakes up. But I take a slow breath, willing myself to calm down. Even if Lucius acts irritable sometimes, he never hesitates to forgive me. In the same way, I've never hesitated to forgive him. I find myself fixated on a particular point within the open jewelry box. There's an oddly familiar sight here, a hint of a small engraved shape that tugs at my memory. I didn't notice it immediately because it's partially buried beneath rings of pearls and gemstones. I gently shift the valuables inside, allowing the subject of my focus to be laid bare. A ring? It's a chunky, ornate ring. Quite gaudy, really, and not something I'd ever be seen wearing. I pluck the item out of the box, peering at it in the dim darkness. There's no way. At the ring's center is an enormous opal stone, which glitters like a rainbow of fire. Carved directly into the stone is a crest I recognize from the guardsmen's shields, and from the banners adorning the queen's courtroom. Without thinking, I put the ring in my mouth and bite down on the shank. Phew, bleh. It's dusty, yuck. But I can feel the marks from my teeth imprinted in the metal. The body of the ring is made of pure gold. An actual genuine royal signet ring. Did a member of the crown barter for their freedom with this? Or maybe it was stolen and then traded here by a thief? Because it can't be that. A scream cuts through the attic and threatens to burst my eardrums. I fumble and nearly drop the ring. I cram the ring back into the jewelry box, slamming it shut before whirling around. The noise definitely came from the coffin. Lucius? As I call out, I'm met with another scream, even more frantic and agonizing than the first. The wooden box is tremoring hard enough that I worry it may topple over. I approach the noise. Every bone in my body shrieks for me to stay away, but my tremendous concern for him overwhelms every ounce of fear I have. The coffin is carved from blackthorn wood, with small divot imperfections chipped off the edges. It's definitely fallen over before. I rap my knuckles gently against the wood, no differently than I knock on a bedroom door. Lucius, can you hear me? The coffin lid thuds as if in response. It continues to thud over and over as Lucius pounds his fist against the inside surface. Oh my god. This is a little bit scary. Let me out. His roar is followed by a terrible, desperate noise of nails clawing against the wood. Lucius, it's me. It's Hex. Are you hurt? Stop. Stop this at once, I beg you. Release me. I command you to release me this instant. Okay, let's let you out. The fact that it's not yet sundown makes me uneasy, but Lucius is clearly in distress. Even if it comes out early, he can stay in the shade. I hastily run my hands along the side of the coffin lid and pull. It doesn't budge as if it's been nailed shut. I try to wrench it open from the opposite side. The coffin continues to hold fast as Lucius screams and thrashes in its confines. The coffin rocks in place. Its corner strikes my torso as I maneuver around it, knocking the air from my lungs. Lucius, stop struggling. Oh my god. Please, why are you doing this to me? What have I done wrong? I'm trying to get you out. There's something wrong with this thing. Is it jammed? He's not talking to us, Hex. He's not talking to us. I have done everything you asked. Everything I withdraw my hands with sharp recognition of his plight. Lucius isn't talking to me, even if his screams sound halfway coherent. Lucius, are you awake? He responds only by racked sobbing and a final weak thud. The source of the noise will not hurt you. He was so certain, so quick to assure me of my safety. I sigh through my nostrils, pressing my forehead against the lid. I'm here for you, alright? Even if you can't hear me. Poor Lucius. I slump fully against the coffin, sliding against it as my hands curl into fists. I'll be here for as long as you need me. I'm here. Oh. Hours pass. I continue speaking to him softly, even when he seems to be addressing someone else. And I hold the coffin steady, straining my arms when it threatens to tumble onto its side. Sweat drips down my brow to my cheek, both from physical exhaustion and the emotional toil. But I don't want to abandon him. He doesn't have anybody else. After an excruciating expecting amount of time, he answers me with more noticeable coherence. His voice is gravelly and hoarse, and discernibly calmer compared to the earlier bellowing screams. Hicks, are you still there? Yes? The sun has gone down, hasn't it? Yes, at last. Lucius makes a small, curt noise of acknowledgement before he clears his throat. With a hollow, wooden groan, the lid of the coffin begins to give away. Though through the sliver of an opening, I catch a glimpse of a torn velvet bedding and deep gauges. Gorgeous. I don't know. I know what it means, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Gorgeous in the wood? Gorgeous? I don't know. Maybe I said it correctly the first time. In the wood. Anyway. The lid hangs aloft, barely ajar until Lucius' long fingers curl around the frame. He pushes it with visible effort, getting it just open enough to squeeze himself through. I scurry backward to make room as Lucius staggers out, shoulders slumped and steps uneven. The coffin slams shut behind him, a ghastly sight that reminds me too much of a closing mouth. Lucius raises his chin briefly, staring down at me with darting, disbelieving eyes, before he sags to the ground. I rush to his side, propping his back against the coffin. I'm sure it's the last thing he wants to touch, but it's the nearest solid surface. Lucius heaves a great dejected sigh as head lolls back against the lid. It can't be opened until the sun is gone. Curses are obnoxiously specific, airtight, much like the coffin itself. Though there are times I've woken up, slipped out of the damn thing because it rolled onto its side. Although he's panting and barely catching his breath, he can't quite keep his absurd commentary to himself. I should thank you for keeping it steady tonight, I presume? You are ridiculous. You go through this every single night? Are you hurt? Feels like just yesterday when you were suggesting I'd be amputated at the elbow, and then miraculously healed from it with my mighty vampire powers. He chuckles to himself, as if recalling a fond memory, and then he hangs his head between his knees. Without thinking twice, I reach up to rub wide, slow circles on his back. An intrusive fraction in my mind notices his body is warmer than I expected. Take your time. It bothers me that you're deflecting with humor, but we're a pair of pots and kettles, I suppose? But the pot could have capitalized on the opportunity to stab the kettle through the coffin. My hand slows, resting on his shoulder blade. Is that a request? No, don't answer that. I wasn't going to. It didn't even occur to me, Lucius. If I wanted to stab you, I would have done it weeks ago. How many times have you been stabbed? Before he can answer me, I turn to look at the coffin with new eyes. An innumerable amount of thin, discolored lines streak against its surface, particularly around the head and the middle of the box. I thought they were wood veins at first, but as I lean closer I realize they're incisions, slits that have since been filled and stained. Some of them have the approximate width of a long sword. Lucius, this is absurdly horrific. This is no way for anyone to live. You don't deserve this. You're too kind, Hicks. A beat passes as he continues to breathe haggardly, still getting his bearings. have you gotten any rest? He doesn't look up at me. He might not have the strength to do so. Have you? Touché. But I was technically asleep. Perhaps half asleep for some of it, but by and large I was unconscious. I know. Gradually his eyes rise to meet mine. How would you know such a thing? My breath catches when faced with our sudden proximity. I retract my arm from his back, though I will myself to stay by his side. We normally keep such a civil distance from each other. I've never even sat next to him until tonight. When I perform my songs for him, I'm the act and he's my audience. There's an invisible wall that separates us based on our differing status, the entertainer and the entertained. Here and now, I feel as though the wall has begun to crumble. You must think me a terrible housemate for screaming all day. No, not at all. Sorry, I'm tired. I bump my shoulder against his. My fingers fidget and lace together in my lap. An absent-minded little distraction that provides me a small measure of comfort. I remember what it was like. I used to get night terrors when I was a girl. Did you know? At the orphanage, Nightingale Gardens. Yes, and it was the worst place to get night terrors. Half of the matrons thought I was possessed. The other half thought I was being intentionally, maliciously disobedient. I can imagine. It was usually some recurring nightmares about rats too, which was the worst. I still get them sometimes. If you don't mind me asking, what do you dream about? Do you remember? I don't know that I'd call it a dream. It's more akin to reliving a memory. The memory of when I was first exiled here. He taps the surface of his coffin with the back of his knuckles. My surroundings in there look roughly the same. No matter the time period, I'm sure it contributes to my confusion. I became convinced that this... Lucius looks at me, his eyes full of meaning that I can't quite decipher. This is the dream, and the inside of the coffin is my reality. Is there anything else I can do? Can I get you something? Where do you keep your wine? I shift to stand, but Lucius catches my hand before I'm fully upright. It's funny, I never remember my dreams except for today when it wasn't even a cool one. Yeah, I feel like I usually just remember my bad dreams, like my nightmares or weird dreams that make me uncomfortable. I usually don't remember any good dreams. And I don't think I have them too often, because I can't remember the last time I had a nightmare, but actually, wait. I do remember, okay. I had a dream, I think like a month ago or something, where, and I don't know if this is like weird, but I think I don't remember what the dream was about anymore. I do think I remember at the time, but since it was a month ago, I don't remember because I haven't been thinking about it. But I do remember that I woke up crying. And I think that has happened once before that, like many years ago. But it's never nice to wake up crying from a dream. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what happened. I think... Man, I don't remember. But I do think I was probably quite stressed at the time. And that's probably why I had a bad dream that made me cry. But, it's all good now. And I don't know, I guess most of the dreams I remember are like so, I guess, hardcore that you wake up feeling absolutely horrible, like crying. Or there was this one time that I do remember that I dreamt I was like in a haunted house, and I walked into this room as I was being chased by some like evil ghost or something that had a knife. I remember that part because as I walked into this room, the floor around me started to like fall down. So I was like, okay, nice, I'm finally safe. This like creature can't follow me anymore. So I like turned around and kind of let my guard down, and then I got stabbed in the back. And I woke up like with my back basically flinching like upwards from the bed because it felt like I was being stabbed in the back. It was so scary. Oh, it's the worst. But then I like woke up horrified. But then I was like, oh, it was just a dream. And then I kind of like, I think I probably looked at my phone and like started to calm down. But why does our brain do that? Why do I only remember all of the bad shit? It's so mean. Oh well. At least it's good to know that it wasn't real. But yeah, I think I read this part. Yeah, he touches my hand before I'm fully upright. Stay. He blinks rapidly and then drops his gaze to the floor, as if he's uncertain and surprised at himself, but he does not let go. His hand around mine is gentle and apprehensive. Please, stay seated. Stay with me a while longer. Discover a painter one day, looking at his art all day, getting upset with his work, and making the most awful nightmare about his paintings. Oh no! No! Oh, that sucks. I guess... Did that like ruin the artwork for you? Or did it like, is it difficult to look at that art now? Or is it like, oh, it was just a nightmare, so it's fine? It just impacted you? Okay. I see. Try to be more careful. Yeah. I don't know why, but that kind of reminded me of... Oh no. What's it called? I don't remember when this was, but one of my friends kind of convinced me to try and play Doki Doki Literature Club. And I was like, oh, how bad can it be? So I played through like the start, and it was like in the evening too, mind you. And something happens in the beginning quite early on, and then I didn't play anymore. And I had nightmares. Like every time I closed my eyes, I could just see that image in my head. It was awful. And then I also watched what is it? Like, I watched someone play through it, and there's another scene which made me really upset. And then I had nightmares about that too. Or like I couldn't sleep because I just thought about it. So every time I see like Doki Literature Club, I feel like I'm mild PTSD, I guess. But I mean, it's kind of fine now, because it's been such a long time since that happened, so it's not as bad. Yeah, like, I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm just sensitive, but it has like some really disturbing themes and art which I wasn't prepared for. Or I wasn't prepared that it would affect me that much. I haven't actually read Berserk, so I don't know which one you're referring to, but like, man, stories together with like artwork can really have an impact on you. So I get it. Maybe I should read Berserk. I know a lot of people say it's really good. Oh, don't read it? If you're not in a good spot. I feel like I'm pretty good mentally. Like, it's just that I get emotional really easily. Which is why I prefer to play more light-hearted romance novels like this. But I do enjoy some darker themes now and then. Wait, what even is this word? Aquas. My life is too easy and comfortable mindset before reading Berserk. Alright, I see. I'll save it for a day where I'm in a good mood, maybe. I mean, I'm in a pretty good mood now, but I have other stuff to do. Like studying and stuff. But yeah, maybe I'll read it one day, at least. Let's see here. I need to actually go and get some water, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see here. Aquasing without I don't know what that word is, but without difficulty, I lower myself onto my knees. He seems to breathe more easily when I'm by his side. We stare out at the expansive glass window for a time, content to be quiet together. Of course, Lucius doesn't like to remain quiet for long. You know, I may feel better if you regale me with more miserable tales from your childhood. I wrinkle my nose at him and whack his shoulder with the back of my hand. He flinches, but I can feel his body quaking with quiet laughter. I'm serious. You mentioned something about rats. Why would they plague your dreams so? I'm afraid of them. They seem to have taken it upon themselves to haunt me. although this estate has been marvelously rat-free. Yes, they'd have to try quite hard to cross the moat. Is there a story behind this fear of yours? Did you lose your parents to a drove of rats? I don't remember enough of my infancy to say either way. My earliest memories were in Nightingale Gardens. Although, there was this one time. I cut myself off with a snicker, which makes Lucius tilt his head at me with a wry, curious smile. A wordless request for me to finish my thought. Forgive me, it's just the stupidest thing. There was a time when food was going missing from the kitchens. The matrons gathered us up and announced that we had a rat infestation. I was upset by the news, to say the least. I nearly stopped eating, worried I'd find a hair or a whisker in my meal or worse. I shudder for comedical effect. When Lucius pats my hand encouragingly, I shoot him a small, grateful smile. I was just so frightened whenever I saw those beady little eyes, or that flick of a tail into a crevice. It haunted every moment of my little life, day and night. I'm fairly sure that's when the nightmares began. I'd wake the whole orphanage just shrieking, and apparently I'd even lashed out at the matrons with swinging fists. But I wasn't awake, not really. I'd remember some of my outbursts, but I couldn't tell what was real. They talked about getting rid of me then. It was even more terrifying and confusing than the night terrors. They discussed my fate right in front of me like I wasn't even there. Lucius doesn't say anything, but he watches me with furrowed brows. Are you sure my miserable childhood tales are making you feel better, Lucius? No, but... Tell me anyway, what made your night terrors go away? Oh, that's the stupid part of the story. I didn't know Ophelia very well back then. I knew she was the picture-perfect angel of Nightingale Gardens, and I knew she was beautiful, but I was too shy to speak to her until one day. She yanked me by the arm and pulled me aside, dragged me all the way into the cellar, where we couldn't be seen, couldn't be overheard. Of course, this was very upsetting for me as well. Oh! Wait, it went back? Couldn't be overheard. Of course, this was very upsetting for me as well. Cellars are notoriously full of rats. She shoved me fiercely, eyes ablaze, and she shook me so hard I was nearly dizzy. Stop screaming every night, she said. There are no rats in the kitchen. I just sobbed and wailed in her arms. I didn't believe her, and I didn't like getting yelled at. What made your night terrors go away? Smirnoff vodka #1. Oh no. But wouldn't that, like, make it worse? I don't know. I don't actually know. But, like, I don't know. I feel like it would. I just sobbed and wailed in her arms. I didn't believe her, and I didn't like getting yelled at. I mean, how could she try to lie to me like that, right? It wasn't unreasonable for me to be afraid. I was just a little girl. God, she was so frustrated with me. She groaned through gritted teeth and insisted there were absolutely no rats. And then when she told me, she made it all up. The rats? The entire infestation. She made it up. She was lying to the entire orphanage about it. Why in heaven would she do such a thing? To see if she could get away with it. Isn't that awful? She was stealing extra helpings of food for herself and then planting false evidence, rat droppings and fur, to ensure her lie held water. Each day she'd tell the matrons that she was going to go into town to find a cat, you know, so the cat would eat the rats, but she never actually looked for one. She just went out and had her fun in town, then came home with one of those apologetic doe eyes that made everyone melt for her. Anyway, Ophelia showed me where she kept her spoils, and she said she would share with me as long as I kept my mouth shut. I had to not only stop screaming, but I also had to keep her gravelly little secret. Her reputation was spotless after all. Revealing her mischief would damage her chances of becoming queen. I was offended at first. I suffered so many nightmares because of her, but then I was intrigued. I promised I would keep quiet, but from that moment on, I saw her in a new light. I watched her like a hawk and followed her like a shadow, curious what other lies she's been spreading. But the night terrors didn't stop, not right away. I guess Ophelia became fond of me at some point, because she'd sneak into my room and sing softly to me every night. Every single night, even when my nightmares were gone for good. I don't think I can ever forget that lullaby. May I hear it, Hicks? That knot at the pit of my stomach returns, twisting and aching. No, I can't. From the corner of my eyes, I notice a blotch of ink on my lap. I rub at it absent-mindedly, smudging it with my thumb. I'm sorry, it's just... No need to explain. I understand. No, you don't understand. When I confronted her in her throne room... Gods, I wasn't planning to be treasonous, you know? I'd spent months writing a beautiful song for her, but when I saw her... I knew it was forbidden for the crown to see anyone from her previous life. I knew that, so I hid who I was. I used a false name and pretended it was my first time setting foot on Illuvian soil. All I wanted was to see her again. I would have been satisfied if I could see her one last time. If I could see that all those terrible rumors were all wrong. My eyes sting. I wipe at them with my wrists. But she... Whoever was sitting at that throne, it was not my Ophelia. It couldn't have been her. Whoever it was, she had her face, but she didn't have her eyes. Not the eyes I knew. These eyes were hungry, yet full of disdain, watching me like I was some sort of worm under her heel. And she had this ridiculous harem that was dancing around, and every so often she'd call one of them to come sit on her lap and kiss her in front of everyone. It didn't make sense. Ophelia didn't like anybody. Just to make sure, I started making small talk, something to introduce the song. I asked if there was any rats in the royal kitchen, and she just scoffed at me and told me it was a repulsive thing to suggest. She told me to be silent, and she didn't want to hear another word unless I was going to play my song. My lip quivers and my voice begins to break. So I changed the song. I had to convey how I truly felt. Lucia throws his arms around me then, holding me tight. I bawled against his chest, losing every last ounce of my composure. Forgive me. Forgive me, Hicks. I shouldn't have asked you about this. She told me she wanted to make things better for everyone. She told me she'd write. Why didn't she ever write? Forgive me. Oh? Chapter 7, A Hesitant Tune. I wonder how long this game is. Because I need to study today. I wonder if I can... It's midnight. I wonder if I can see how many chapters it is. Let's see here. Will it tell me anywhere? I don't know. I can't figure. I can't. Whatever. I'll just continue. I cried myself into a stupor. The next time I knew, I was sitting in my bed with red swollen eyelids and a throbbing headache. I have vague memories of Lucius carrying me to my room, grunting unhappily when he had to wedge his way in. I really need to stop pushing my bed against the door. And then, as he drew the covers up to my neck, he told me... What did he tell me? I tap my temples in a steady rhythm, chasing down the memory before it eludes me for good. He wanted me to meet him in the courtyard. He said he would wait for me there until I felt well enough to see him. I think he said he had something to tell me. I pressed my palms into my eyes, hoping to reduce the swelling. Even my throat is raw from shedding years of pent-up grief. In grief's place, a new flip-flop of emotions swirled in my chest, and my heart is pounding in an erratic staccato beat. I think I'm going to be sick. I can't believe I told him everything. I even cried in front of him, slobbering all over his clothes. God, it was mortifying. I never cry in front of people, let alone on them. And I was so distracted by my own melodrama that I completely forgot to ask him about that ring. I shake my head, telling myself that it's fine, I'll have plenty of time to ask him later. Lucius stands like a pillar under the moonlight. His hands are linked behind his back as he observes the heavens. For the first time in a long while, the sky is clear. A yellow crescent moon hangs high among the stars like a lopsided smile. I wince at the soggy squelch of mud with every step I take, but since he was the one who asked to meet me out here, I don't think he'll begrudge me for any muddy footprints. Hey, did I keep you waiting long? Lucius doesn't turn. I have something to show you. Ah, it was show, not tell. Is it another astrological phenomenon? No. His hands tighten impersibly behind his back. Lucius turns just enough to glance at me, and I shoot him a sheepishly puzzled grin in response. Something about seeing me renews his resolve. Follow me. Lucius leads me through a side entrance of the estate, through empty stables and servant quarters. There was little of note when I ambled through here before. As we cut through a terrace, he stops to grab a light and light a lantern. He holds it out in front of us, though our path is far from dark. I continue to trail after him down several winding halls until finally we reach a dead end. Is this what you wanted to show me, Lucius? I've already seen every inch of this estate. Why? Lucius punches his palm against the farthest wall, revealing a door-shaped indent. He leans his weight into it until it gives way, unveiling a dark passageway and a small staircase leading down. Lucius extends a hand to me with a sideways smile. Coming? I take his hand with a touch of hesitation. His skin is cool from the night air. I don't want to climb any more stairs after this. Lucius laughs and pulls me a step closer. You won't have to, I promise you that. An ambitious promise. This is the moment where you're luring me into my doom at last, yes? You're finally going to drink my blood and reduce me into a withered corpse? Yes, I've prepared a wonderful marinade of citrus, olive oil, and green pepper to baste you in downstairs. Really? No. He leads me down an old cavernous path that expands in size the deeper we go in. The lantern sways from Lucius' grasp with each step, casting a pallid glow on our surroundings. I see now why he grabbed it. It soon becomes our only source of illumination. I squint when the light catches against an irregular surface. The sides of this path have been piled with broken and non-essential objects, table legs, ripped cushions, and even some weapons. That's the cabinet I broke on the first night here, isn't it? I was wondering where it went. And are those wine barrels? Yes and yes. I used the underground as a storage room. So this is where you've been hiding all your ladders and buckets and wine. Hiding? Not at all. I just like to keep things tidy. Although, his hand tightens around mine. I try to withhold the ladder from my guests at the beginning of their stay. The number of people who have tried to brave the moats and drowned in the attempt, I didn't want the same thing to happen to you. Because you would have missed my music? I would have missed you. I wouldn't have been able to help you, Hex. His voice is stern, with a harder edge than I expected. If something happened to you in the moat, if you were to... unable to breach the water as I am, I would only be able to watch. I do not want to see you suffer. The sheer weight behind his words makes me hold my tongue. Despite the temptation to make a flippant comment about my inability to swim, the ground begins to shift from solid rock to loosely packed dirt that turns and scuffs underfoot. Soon the path slopes and the air becomes heavy and damp. I find myself taking deeper breaths, which only magnifies my growing apprehension. Lucius lets go of my hand as we reach a steep precipice. Precipice? My fingers curl inward, already aching from the absence of his touch. Lucius, where have you taken me? What is this place? Nailed to the precipice with wooden stakes, a long rope ladder extends further into the dark abyss. The opening becomes narrower below, but the structure of the passage seems secure and dry. No signs of water droplets leaking through from the moat. I catch Lucius trying to hide a grimace when he kneels to inspect the strength of the rope. Deep beneath the earth as we are, we must be standing in the lowest part of the estate. Being this far from the coffin must be straining for him. When Queen Hildegard banished me, when she sealed me in that blasted coffin, she ordered her soldiers to put me somewhere around here. Originally, this was an enclosed wine cellar attached to the estate, where my exile began and where I first awoke. We removed the wine, of course, before we began the excavation. Excavation? I told you before that I had a motley crew working on a way out. There were 5 of them, including Gillian. They dug for months under my supervision. You can see why I had to relocate to sleep upstairs, I'm sure. Where are you going with this? Is it not obvious? I'm setting you free, Hex. This tunnel will lead you safely under the moat and out the other side. I must have misheard him, I'm sure of it. That's the only reasonable explanation. He must have said something like, "Go fetch me some tunnel fish," or "I'm trapping you down here forever so you can never cry on me again, you disgusting creature." You look as though you wish to argue with me. I understand verbal sparring is one of your favorite pastimes, but please, listen to me this once. Every day you spend here is a lost opportunity. This is time you will never get back. Why should you endure such a fate when you did nothing wrong? You do not deserve to be punished just for speaking your mind. All this over a mere song. You understand, don't you, Hex? Your freedom should never have been for bargain. Your freedom. Yours is priceless, Hex. Lucius, wait. This is so sudden. I can't wait no longer, knowing the injustice you've suffered. Please, Hex, live your life and be free. You're not an immortal like me. You should spend that what little time you have in happiness. I haven't saved in quite a while, so I'm gonna save. But haven't you also suffered injustice, Lucius? Don't you also deserve freedom and happiness? I cast my eyes down the dark passageway, searching. If this leads under the moats, you should be able to travel beneath it, right? He no longer tries to hide the flinching grimace, that cold reminder of his reality, the coffin, the secondary measure that guarantees he can never leave. Can't you bring the coffin with you? As long as it's nearby, can't you go anywhere you want? And what? Carry it all the way through miles of tunnel and woods, stopping each day to clamber in and howl through my night terrors, terrifying the local wildlife. Then eventually, when we do reach civilization, you'll gain a name and as the woman who travels with a possessed coffin. We'll both be social period then, won't we? No, thank you. Besides, I believe I told you how deeply I dislike tight spaces. The tunnels beyond this point disagree with me. I'm better off here, in my own private estate. How can you believe this is better? It's the only choice I have, Hicks. It's the only life I am allowed to lead. You'd best worry about your own choices, especially now that your debt is cleared. I'll provide you with a week's worth of rations, along with enough coin from my personal coffers to compensate you for your performances. Now, are you ready to go? Ridiculously, my eyes are swimming with tears again, despite my best attempts to blink them back and wipe them away. What will I choose? Oh, we did save quite recently. Ooh. We have to stay with him, right? We have to. He might not like it, but come on, Lucius. I won't leave you. You can't make me go away, Lucius. I refuse to abandon you. Hicks. Please, you must see reason. I have explained why I cannot go with you. Then I'm staying here. I don't intend to leave your side, Lucius. Not now, not ever. Lucius recoils from me as though he'd suffered a physical blow. How could you say such a thing? You have no future here. Yes, I do have a future. It's not as if I'm going to drop dead on the spot after deciding to stay. See? I still draw breath. That's not what I meant, and you know it. You know as well as I do that there's little to do and the food is lacking. On top of that, every 2 years... I risk dying at the hands of hypothetical brigand? Lucius, it's no different from the world outside. The roads were dangerous even when I traveled with an entire caravan. I've also been forced to take lives in order to defend myself, by the way, so don't you try to bellyache about being too monstrous to associate with me. I wasn't going to. Let me finish. I hold up my chin and meet his gaze dead on, much like when I performed in front of the Queen's court. You told me before that you would respect my right to choose. I really hope that has not changed. I will try to keep streaming until this game ends. And I hope it ends relatively soon. You told me before that you would respect my right to choose. I dearly hope that has not changed. I know that our arrangement began from a place of punishment and debt, but as I spent time here and got to know you, I began to feel differently about my situation. You're right that my time is precious. I intend to spend it in a place that has brought me the most joy I've ever felt. I don't care about food or amenities, Lucius. I'll eat your disgusting fish every single day if that's what it takes to be with you. Alright. Good luck making your food. To be with me. I cast my hand over my mouth. My own words sink in further as Lucius echoes them, and I realize with mild frustration that they were true to their core. Nothing is more important than being here for him. Somewhere beneath the surface, I've always known that my budding feelings for Lucius amounted to more than mere loneliness. I convinced myself that I was fine with being a companionless traveling bard, yet now it hurts to be away from him when the sun rises. How much deeper would that knife cut if I leave him now? I've seldom been in love. I'm not confident I recognize it, even if it slapped me across the face. But this feeling I have when I look at him now... Gods, I hate how honest I had to be now that I'm in close, frequent proximity of someone I actually like. My voice shakes, though I try my best to get my bearings. I've come to care about you a great deal, Lucius. Can't you tell? Oh yeah, I look forward to it. See ya! We live in a cold, wicked world. You know as well as I do that sending me back to it would not guarantee me my safety. There's bandits and wild animals, shipwrecks and desert heat. I'm grateful that I've survived my fair share of adversity just long enough to meet someone like you. Being here is the closest I've ever felt to having a home. I don't have much of a life to return to outside this estate. Maybe I want to rot here for the remainder of my brief and miserable existence. I want to discover what else we have in common, and I want to learn more about you. Would you deprive me of that? This is... Conflicting emotions swirl across his features. I can tell he's tempted to give in, but he's just as strongly compelled to battle this to the bitter end. This is precisely part of the problem. You don't even know who I was before. A member of the royal family? I found your ring, Lucius. I was shocked at first, but you weren't the one who condemned me here. I won't hold you accountable for the cruelty of your successors, so please don't suggest that I hate you because of who you are. I don't. I suspected that you'd found it, but you still don't understand. Then explain it to me. Are you not royalty after all? These tunnels will be the death of me. I feel lightheaded. I need some air. Lucius turns and stalks away, leaving me with the lantern. Lucius? It's an odd sense of deja vu as I pursue him through the servants' quarters, my pace far less harried than his. Although his strides are long, I have no difficulty keeping up. He slows to a stop in the courtyard, and once more stands with his back turned to me.
Do you know how difficult it was to make the decision to free you?
Oh!
A selfish, disgusting part of me is pleased that you would choose to stay.
Oh my god.
It's not selfish to be pleased, Lucius.
Oh. She pronounced that Lucius. I was saying Lucius this whole time. I guess it's Lucius? Oops.
Isn't it?
He whirls on me.
I told you what happened last time to Jillian. It took me years to recover. If any harm were to befall you, if you were to be taken from me, I don't think I could...
He cuts himself off as a shuddering breath escapes him.
Lucius, I'm making this decision not from a place of foolhardy courage, but because your presence is worth enduring some apprehension. I am scared, you know. It's alright if you're scared too.
I close the distance, reaching for him. When he mirrors my movements, however, timidly, I seize him and pull him into a fierce hug. Lucius trembles in my grasp, his fingers digging small crevices into the clothes on my back.
I can't promise I'll live forever, Lucius. No one can promise it. Not even you. But the time I've spent with you has been the happiest times I've ever known. I feel like I can talk to you about anything, even things I'd intended to bury forever. And the memories I've made here, I know to appreciate them only because I've had you by my side. Please don't deprive me of our bond. I want to enjoy it while it lasts, however long that may be. Lucius, I
think I'm falling in love with you.
Let's go! My heart feels like it stopped.
I know it sounds absurd. I know we haven't known each other long. But you're a beautiful, radiant woman. Anyone can see it. You must have better options than this. You deserve other options. I just know someone out there will worship the very ground you walk on.
His confession reverberates in my mind like a tuning fork. I feel dizzy and like I'm soaring all at once, but I pull myself together enough to murmur into his hair.
What if I don't want other options? What if I only want you?
Then I would be powerless to deny you my radiance.
Whoa! Yo!
I would hate for you to regret this decision.
I don't think I will. I don't think I will. I pull away, not to detach from him, but to get a good look at his face. His eyes search mine as he cups a palm over my cheek.
I propose a new barter, vampire.
Oh?
I would have your heart in exchange for mine.
Despite himself, Lucius scoffs out a small laugh.
If you have thought this through, if you are truly, wholeheartedly certain,
then to rot we shall go together. He tucks flyaway strands of hair over my He tucks flyaway strands of hair over my ear. Such a tender gesture from someone I once feared so deeply. Can I kiss you? Oh shit! Fuck! I should have saved. I mean, as a vampire, he needs the permission, right? Or should we take the initiative and kiss him first? But that's a little... You may. My eyelids flutter close as he caresses the pad of his thumb against my lower lip. I love you, Hex. He murmurs the word softly, but close enough that his breath grazes my skin. Really, truly, and deeply, I love you. Lucius leans in then and brushes his lips against mine under the midnight sky. The world feels so suddenly weightless. I decide to come up for air, but Lucius pulls me back in, kissing me with the force of a crashing wave. So I breathe him in, along with the crisp, earthy scent of moist soil. The night air normally has a cold bite that sticks to my skin like molasses. When he holds me in his hands, it feels like velvet. Lucius presses his forehead against mine with a breathless chuckle, smiling so hard that I barely recognize him. In all my long years, I have never met anyone like you. And in my comparatively very short years, I never imagined I'd fall for a vampiric clean freak with the driest sense of humor I've ever known. Clean freak? Fine, you're not wrong. I still love you, you insolent creature. Lucius catches me around the waist and lifts me, spinning us into a triumphant half arc. Lucius! Don't tell me to contain myself, Hex. I won't do it for all the riches in the world. Bristling foxtails skim over my ankles, and I can feel and my feet fall uneven as he sets me down. Before I can regain my balance, Lucius claps my hand in his own and begins stepping in time to the melody only he can hear. What are we doing? We're dancing, as lovers do. I stumble as he guides our bodies into a revolving turn. Whoa! I don't know how to dance, Lucius. I've been tapping my feet along to my own melodies at most. He maneuvers me under his arm, then pulls me close enough to kiss my knuckles in a fluid motion. Then it's a good thing you'll have all the time in the world to learn. Cicadas buzz all around us like a steady hum of applause. In the distance, a single ox frog begins the chorus of its song. Another joins in, then another, until the moat itself seems to hum with their reverie. The very stars feel like they're sweeping around us in a beguiling dance, embracing us in the wind-blown curtains of night. As Lucius dips me back, I realize these aren't stars at all when one of them lands on my nose. These are lunar flies. There are so many. Lucius, I think these are the bugs that stung me when I first crossed the moat. Oh gods, we need to get inside. We rush into the estate together, holding onto each other and giggling like children. Lucius slows only to pat me down and make sure none of the insects tagged along. Nasty little bastards. The worst stings will itch for days. I forget how aggressively lunaflies breed during the rainy seasons. My cheeks hurt from grinning as he tends to me, diligently shaking my hair and under my arms. Lucius? Yes, my radiance. I nearly burst out in laughter at the pet name he's chosen, but I regain enough control to pass it off as clearing my throat. I give him a quick peck on the cheek, redirecting his attention from checking for bugs to looking into my eyes. His lips tilt up into a smirk as he backs me gently against the wall, pinning me in place by propping his elbow next to my head. Oh my god, the Cabadon, except with the elbow. Ayo! You're keeping me in suspense, Hex. What is it? You made it difficult to speak my mind. I enjoy challenging you. Right, okay. Look, before we go any further, I think there are a few more things we should discuss. Lucius dips his head down and begins to kiss my neck. Lucius. No, I do actually agree with you. We should set some expectations. He pulls away slightly, a meager show of mercy. For example, he traces a line from my neck to my collarbone, sending a needy shiver down my spine. What do you feel about biting? Particularly the kind that would turn you into a creature of the night. Oh, excuse me. Let me just, Oh. Despite Lucius' easy demeanor, I know this isn't a decision I should make lightly. Turning into a vampire would be a tremendous challenge. Is it worth it in exchange for the promise of forever? No shit. Okay, well, good thing I saved. I mean, why not, right? What could happen? It's could be good, you know, like why not turn into a vampire? You know, it's Halloween soon after all. I mean, I feel like it's fitting. Sure. I'm very interested. There's an indisputable appeal to immortality and power, along with the chance to share an eternity with my new beloved. Lucy's expression of absolute enthrallment only serves to bolster my decision. Then, on a twilight eve of your choosing, it shall be done. Your wish will be my command whenever you are ready. The process may be painful at first, but I am certain you will emerge from it more radiant and powerful than ever. Now, what was it you wished to discuss with me before we consummate our relationship? Oh, I mean, I'm a little embarrassed. You're going to laugh at me. Is laughing such a bad thing? I was wondering if you were the first Illuvian king, the one who surrendered his crown to the heavens. His bellowing laughter reverberates against the very walls. I knew you'd laugh at me, oh you jerk. Forgive me. It's just... Hicks, you may need to relearn your history. Illuvia's first king resigned from the dawn of civilization. If I were him, I would be very old indeed. My father's side of the family did claim to be descended from the man, but birth certificates can be so easily forged these days. I myself am no king. I was the heir for a time, but I never ascended the throne. Which means you were a prince. I still am, if it pleases you. Lucius tilts his head, studying me as if a thought has just occurred to him. You know, Hicks, you said once that I had no whimsical books in this estate, but I do have one on the subject of old myths around here somewhere. I should see about finding it. Are you familiar with the story of Hesiod's jar? I think so. It's a box instead of a jar in some iterations, isn't it? The story involves someone opening a container despite being warned not to touch it, and in doing so, they released all manner of curses upon mankind. You truly do know your stories. He caresses my cheek absent-mindedly. It's a tale that resonated with me for quite some time. I had a personal theory that there were two kinds of people in the world. The kind who prefers to live a blissful, unobtrusive existence, who would never risk those curses, and the ones curious enough to open the box, even knowing the consequences that would befall them. I'm fairly certain of the answer, but Hicks, what manner of person do you think you are? I mean, we said we wanted to be a vampire. I feel like it's pretty obvious we are curious, even if it hurts a little. I'd rather be curious, even if it hurts a little, at first. You know me, don't you, Lucius? I have to see what's at the bottom of the jar. If I recall, despite its moral lesson of caution, the story has an optimistic ending. In the wake of the curses they unleashed, the main character peered just once more into the container. They discovered that hope remained. Though the released curses were irreversible, hope would temper their effects. The true moral of the story is, although some curiosity can be a curse, more curiosity can be the cure. So given the choice, I have to open the jar. I would dig, I would rifle and root, and I would untangle every web I find until I see something as they truly are. You would prefer to be curious rather than content. I think I cannot be content if I were forced to temper my curiosity. I see. I should have expected no less from a woman like you. Your relentless nature is one I've come to admire. This coming from the vampire with an inhuman sense of restraint, I should be flattered. I nudge him, half expecting him to laugh and tease that he may just let his restraint slip tonight, but Lucius looks surprisingly contemplative. Lucius, is something the matter? I reach up to touch his face, feeling his jaw work under my fingers. He turns just enough to sigh warmly into my palm. I don't remember the last time I felt such harrowing happiness. I worry this blissful rapture of yours will be short-lived. Need we worry about such things so soon? He kisses my hand, soft and reverent. I prefer to sort out my worries sooner rather than later, Hicks. There's something else I wish to share with you, much like I have never told anyone about Gillian. This is a thought I've never voiced aloud. I believe you're the only one who will understand, who will help me understand. My eyelashes flutter with wonder. It's no surprise that a centuries-old vampire has accumulated enough troubles to plague his thoughts, though I'm a bit exasperated at his timing. Why bring this up now when I'm pinned in an intimate position against the wall? I'm eager to be helpful. Eager to be helpful. What's on your mind? Not here. I need to find something. Will you have a seat and wait for me? Of course. Lucius exhales sharply through his nose, relief and gratitude all at once, and presses his lips to my cheek. I start a modest fire in the hearth as I wait for him, prodding the branches into position with the ever-trusty fire iron. Once I'm done, I set the fire iron against the mantle where it belongs. I don't need it anymore. I recall the collection of weapons Lucius has stowed away in the underground, and I wonder if he can train me to wield one, though I no longer need to safeguard myself against him. An unwanted guest will surely have me singing a different tune. When Lucius returns to my side, he holds a flat frame of wood face down against his chest, and wearing such a somber expression that I suspect he's brought me a mourning portrait. The frame is moderately sized, with a width that equals his shoulders and a height spanning from his collarbone to his navel. The wood is the same shade of blackthorn as his coffin, which in itself makes me uneasy. Hicks, thank you for waiting. I'm gonna be right back. I just need to go to the restroom real quick. Alright, I'm back from my restroom break. His eyes trail past me to stare at the massive ink stain at the center of the room. In the whirlwind of our unanticipated romance, I had completely forgotten to clean it up. What did you do to my desk? Forgive me? I was looking for a rag to clean it with, but then I heard you screaming and, well, we both got a little distracted after that, I think. A rag? You were looking for a rag? Hicks, you spill a tidal wave of ink on my desk and floor. No rag will be enough to clean it up. Yes, I suppose we'd want to use some Lysa soap to lift the stains. If we don't have any... Say, why don't I use the tunnels to procure some supplies from the nearest town? While I'm at it, I can even barter for a new instrument to entertain you with, new books for us to read. Lucius tears his attention away from the desk with visible effort. The desk is not that important. It clearly is important, Lucius. I'm truly sorry, and I want to make it up to you. He gives my shoulders an affectionate squeeze. You're good to me. You know, if it ever occurred to me that a guest can come and go freely using the tunnels, no one has ever used it to come back. Well, then it's a good thing I'm here to think out loud for you, I coax Lucius to sit on his usual velvet chaise. As he stumps down beside me, firelight dances over the planes of his face. What did you want to share with me? Lucius sighs. He runs his hand over his scalp, breaking eye contact. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the events that led to my exile. For so long I believed it was all unjust, that I was suffering an unfair fate. But ever since you found that scrap of parchment, ever since I met you, you've encouraged me to reflect on myself, Hicks, and I am no longer certain of my innocence. Funny that he should mention innocence. I've recently begun questioning the very concept. Good things don't always come to virtuous people, just as evil things don't always get punished. When the world itself is unjust, one's sense of innocence is not enough to guarantee their safety and freedom. Gods, just look at what happened to Gillian, murdered in cold blood for trusting in the goodness of his fellow man. Oh, you're back with your food. Yeah, the game, I thought it would have ended by now, but nope. We are not pure, faultless beings, Lucius. When we are placed in positions of suffering, we often need to become worse to survive. It's not strange to become blemished when we fall. You said it yourself that no one is perfect. Alright. I know. I knew you might say that, which is why I need you to see what I've brought. I put the pieces of the portrait back together. Its edges are frayed and some parts are still missing, but... He turns the frame face up. I feel myself turn pale as the eyes of the portrait meets my own. The depicted woman looks as if she's made from ivory and rose leaves. Her arresting and imperious beauty, her very essence, is masterfully captured in sweeping lines of charcoal and ink. All too well, I know those regularly arched brows and those taut, slender shoulders. How could I ever forget? Ophelia? Why do you have a portrait of Ophelia? This portrait depicts Queen Hildegard Edgehaven, the ruling crown from more than 3 centuries past. She was... Sorry. Lucius drops his gaze to the floor. Oh, whoops. I wasn't supposed to read that in his voice. She's my mother. Huh? Your mother? He told me he was a prince, but... Oh gosh, Lucius, you were exiled by your own mother? Exiled and cursed at that. Do you need to sit down? I'm already sitting down, we both are. Why does your mother look so much like Ophelia? They can't be related by blood, can they? I studied the features of the portrait more closely. Like sisters, they share an eerie resemblance. The same full lips, the same apple curve of cheekbones, the same pert, pointed nose, but slowly I noticed subtle differences. Ophelia loved to smile, even when she was simpering or sly. She had a lively sense of joy that was contagious to everyone around her. The queen in the portrait has an icy, judging stare, and seems to reverse roles with her viewers as she calculates where to place them. Her head is tilted at a faint angle. Same thing about her dark eyes look half dead. While I doubt Ophelia is related to Queen Hildegard, I also doubt the resemblance is mere coincidence. In fact, I suspect every single queen over the past 3 centuries bears a resemblance to the woman in this portrait. Isn't it strange, Hicks, that we've had an unbroken line of cruel, corrupt crowns who do little to better the lives of their people, even when they previously expressed an interest in breaking tradition? Surely they cannot all be so weak-willed they would bend to the demands of the court and the status quo. Isn't it strange that they're not always allowed to be depicted in portraits or seen in public? That they're not even allowed to stay in touch with anyone they knew prior to the regency? Almost as if the very act of sitting on the throne compels them to behave in a unanimous way, or perhaps the person on the throne never changes. What are you saying? I admit, I'm not sure how to even start explaining my rationale. Start at the beginning, please. I'll try. As you're aware, I've been unable to set foot outside this estate since the moment of my exile. This means I've never had a chance to encounter your Ophelia, but I can tell you what I know of Queen Hildegard. Hicks, how widespread is the practice of sorcery in the world outside? Sorcery? I had little personal experience with it, but I don't think it's prevalent. There are small sects of wizardry and alchemy in certain kingdoms, and some royal families keep court magicians. That's all I know. Lucius nods. It was even less prevalent when I was a mortal man. Magic was an elusive art form that few were equipped to pursue. Yet my mother, I was told she began practicing sorcery soon after I was born. She had severe complications when she was heavy with child, and nearly did not survive. Wearing close to death changed her. It terrified her more than anything. I always wondered if that was the reason behind the cold demeanor she'd had towards me. That she harbored a grudge because my very existence nearly killed her once. She barely deigned to speak to me, and was quick to hand me off to the servants. My father, the king at the time, assured me that she simply needed to warm up to being a mother. I knew he was wrong when she adopted and doted over 2 young girls. As king and queen, my parents were under an extraordinary amount of pressure to produce continual heirs. I don't know what would have happened if I left him, no. I guess I wouldn't hear about this, though. Continual heirs. Since the idea of giving birth upset my mother so deeply, they adopted Matilda and Artemisia in secret to appease their court. The girls resembled them enough to pass as their real children. You did tell me you had sisters. Yes, I used to call them my mother's little pets, and secretly I envied them. They inherited the throne of the Queen Hildegard's reign, didn't they, Hex? Tell me more about your mother. Her contempt for me was more notable than Matilda and Artemisia running amok. She was so protective of them, never allowed them to set foot beyond the palace gates, never allowed them to be seen by outsiders. I became prone to debauchery for a while, drinking to excess, streaking through the hedges, and sleeping with handmaidens who were far too old for me. But all these calls for attentions were duly ignored, aside from an occasional slap on the wrist from my father. It never hurt. He was a thin, reedy man, and so easily influenced to submit to the will of others. Easily influenced? You sound like you dislike him, Lucius. Or Lucius. No, I should say I never resented him, though I found it difficult to respect him. If he were not the ruler of a nation, such weakness and inertia may have been charming. You've grown up to be very different from him, then. I would hope so. He was far from an aspirational figure in my mind. Now, where was I? You were talking about being prone to debauchery. Sorry. That's right, debauchery. The phase didn't last long. When I realized I'd continue to be bereft of the attention I desired, all I had left to do was to focus on my studies. As heir, there was much to keep me occupied. It was on my 20th birthday that one of Queen Hildegard's spells went awry. She buried an entire wing of the palace in noxious mist. Anyone who breathed it in excess withered into a bone-dry corpse, as if all the moisture had been drained from the flesh. Several members of our staff died where they stood, and several more had lifelong complications, difficulty breathing, periodic convulsions, and an eternal itch of the skin. Oh gods, were you alright? Lucius scoffs out a small chuckle. It's kind of you to ask, but I was nowhere near the wing. My celebrations took place in the Great Hall. I felt the tremor of the spell's impact even there. Matilda was fine as well, because she had snuck down to see me, but Queen Hildegard and Artemisia suffered from after effects of the spell. Artemisia had to have her hand amputated. Oh gods, and your mother? Queen Hildegard was bedridden for a long time. My father grew enough of a backbone to forbid the use of magic within castle walls, and news of his decision devastated her. Back then I had no idea what she was trying to accomplish. She never spoke to me after all, though I noticed she'd accumulated a collection of tomes and talismans. I had just begun sifting through her materials, trying to make sense of what had happened when she called for me. Not for my sisters, not for my father. Me. Lucius exhales a shaky breath, and I give his knee a gentle squeeze. Forgive me, this is a difficult part of my past to relive. This is when things went irrevocably wrong. I never should have agreed to see her. I should have shown her the same scorn she's always shown me. She was your mother, Lucius. Even if she's done something horrifying, I understand why you went to her. Still, if this is a difficult subject for you... No, I need you to know the role I played in this sordid affair, Hicks. How complicit I was in it. Lucius' eyes are racked with such a deep, despairing trepidation that I find myself gripping a cushion for support. Complicit all those years ago. What could he possibly have done that would have such a profound effect on him still? In that case, I'm listening. I'm not sure how this is linked to Ophelia, or if Lucius even intends to redirect the conversation to my old friend, but the fact that Queen Hildegard adopted 2 girls who resembled her, something about that detail tugs at me, like the snag of a fish hook in my mind. My sisters, oh how they sobbed at my mother's door, begging for entry. It was just Matilda at first, but Artemisa joined her the minute she recovered from the amputation. My mother refused to see them, shunned them with the same coldness I knew so well. I thought I would feel satisfied when I pushed past them into the chambers. She had finally refused them and chosen me. It was like I'd won something. But those wailing little faces, shiny and stained with snot and tears, there was no satisfaction to be had. I only felt sorry for them. They were eager to idolize her. Yes, heartbreakingly so. My mother's bed was the size of a ship, and she was propped up at its center on a snowdrift of pillows. I remember looking away from her, pliant, and observing her through the full-length mirror embedded in the wall. Her reflection looked, well, bright-eyed and pink-skinned, better than I'd seen her in recent memory, though her movements were sluggish, and she beckoned to me with wide arms and a drowsy smile. Then she held me close and cooed over my height. It felt more like being in the embrace of a distant aunt than a mother, but I cherished that thin guise of matronly affection anyway. I tried to look impassive as she confided in me. She talked at length about her deep-seated fear of death and her lonely toil of trying to overcome it. She dug under her pillows and produced a book, a hideous thing that made my skin crawl. Its cover looked a little too much like it was sewn haphazardly using scraps of human flesh. She refused to let me take a closer look, but she haltingly informed me that she'd traded part of her soul to create it. It was an infernal grimoire. My mother, the queen, had become a full-blooded witch straight out of a fairy tale. She told me that the mist was a horrendous accident, that she'd only intended to curdle her own bodily functions as a means of achieving immortality. Apparently the spell was disrupted when Artemisia wandered in at an inopportune time, causing the eruption of mist in the wing. Though the power of the grimoire was great, she knew then that it was too dangerous and difficult to control. She said that she needed to look into other options. Lucius laughs ruefully. I convinced myself I had no reason to doubt her. My own mother. Even then, her explanation made no sense. But I surmised that a half-curled body was a reasonable cause for her bedridden state. She then asked me to assist her in overcoming the afflictions of death. She said she could trust no one else, and that she would be glad to share eternity with me once we discovered its secrets. What manner of son would I be if I said no, after she'd finally woken up the courage to bear the contents of her heart after all this time? That odd sequence of words clicked into place in my head. The words he screamed from the confines of his coffin. You did everything she asked. I did. I leapt at the chance to become her research assistant, her little pet. I lost sleep studying ancient tomes day and night. I used every resource available to me, organizing expeditions, hiring treasure hunters and informants, all to come through the furthest corners of the earth for the merest sign of eternal life. Queen Hildegard did her part in the research, but her work had to be discreet. We began spending much of our time here because she was forbidden from practicing sorcery in the main palace. Lucius swings his arms in a slow arc to indicate our surroundings. Our summer estate, she used to call it our mother and son getaway, as if it were a vacation. I stare at him, and then I see the chamber in a different light as I follow the gesture of his arm. It's strange to imagine the estate as anything other than my new home. I try to picture Lucius with the woman in the portrait working late into the night, burning candles down to wax puddles. Part of me is anxious to skip to the story's end, knowing Lucius' fate all too well. However, a much larger part of me needs to hear how it happened. I need to know what led to Lucius becoming a vampire, exiled and alone in his own estate. One day, at last, my efforts bore fruit. A wizened collector of curiosities sold me fragments of an ancient ritual, and she claimed it was one of the oldest forms of immortality. Although the full, precise method was lost, we were now graced with some of its steps. It was remarkable timing too. My resources were depleting fast, and the court asked questions that were becoming difficult to assuage. By that point, my mother had become more proficient with witchcraft, though she mainly used it to keep her youth from fading. We were able to use her practical knowledge and my investigative findings to reconstruct the ritual. I picked up some basics of magic meanwhile, not enough to construct original spells the way she did, but enough to understand how hers worked. It still took years of trial and error. My father and his court continued asking their questions, but it was easier to appease them after I stopped training the royal coffers. I remember Queen Hildegard being relieved by this. She always insisted she could not be linked to our work. I understood her concern. My father had such an unfavorable stance towards her interest in magic, and I certainly did not wish to see strife in my parents' union. I was fine with lying on her behalf. When we were ready to undergo the ritual, my mother bade me to go first. I was so healthy and young compared to her, a frail and anxious old woman. I wish I could say I hesitated to obey her. Everything she asked. The echo of words were sounding less like buzzing locusts and more like a death knell. I thought it was a success. My old scars healed over, and then in an instant, my visions improved, and I dare say I looked a bit easy on my eyes. Yet it wasn't long before we noticed side effects. We had discovered one of the oldest forms of immortality, alright, and its cost would make themselves known. My teeth and fingers were evidently sharper. I could no longer step into broad daylight or enter homes uninvited, and my reflection was simply gone. I lacked the mindless bloodlust that typically accompanied my condition, but no longer being human was a wholly unexpected corollary of the ritual. We had recreated the dark gift in its purest form, Hex, the process that allowed the first vampire to roam in eternal darkness. However, in exchange, I had lost my privilege of walking among mortal men. Queen Hildegard was dissatisfied with the results of my transformation, despite gaining the power and immortality she craved. In her eyes, I was a failed experiment. He leaves a pained, bitter pause. She was cold to me again, and I hated it. I knew I'd disappointed her. I would have given anything to regain her affection. That infernal grimoire, she liked to keep it close, but she couldn't be seen carrying such a ghoulish-looking thing. When she was forced to leave it unattended, I seized the opportunity to leaf through its pages. I thought I could still be useful. I knew she'd been looking into other rituals, other methods of immortality. But the horrors I found in that wretched book. Gods, the way she was planning to use all the materials and ingredients I'd gathered, it sent me into a panic. She was going to take it too far. I wanted to dissuade her, to reason with her, but she was incensed when she learned I'd touched the grimoire. She punished me. She gathered my most favored attendants, and she had them all slaughtered. Everyone who knew about my condition, everyone who would speak out on my behalf, they were all put to death. And then she made me take the fall. My mother dumped the bodies in the wine cellar and bound me to that coffin amidst them. As I understand it, she said I'd killed them, went on to call me a monster without a shred of remaining humanity, claiming she saved the kingdom from my reign of terror. I don't know what else she told my father, or what she specifically said to the court. When I emerged from the coffin, I was alone in the estate and surrounded by the corpses of people I held dear. And I drank from them. There was no saving them. I felt disgusted with myself even now. Lucius had turned from me now, so I could only see the silhouetted glow of firelight on the contour of his cheek. I feel stranded, stuck processing the grievous enormity of his origin. The room seems dimmer and colder as the minutes tick on. I don't know what it was like to have a mother, but I know what it's like to crave someone's approval. I can't say whether or not I would have made the same decision as Lucius, but being born by Queen Hildegard undeniably set him in a narrow trajectory. How can I possibly condemn him for that? There was nothing else you could have done, Lucius. Wasn't there? You blame yourself too severely. Your mother, Queen Hildegard, she led me into the darkness, yes. She took me and delved deep into the dark arts, but I bowed my head and I followed. She would not hold such power now if I dared to defy her even once. What do you mean now? Lucius glances at me before scowling at the fire, his hands open and close in an uneasy rhythm around the picture frame. Lucius, tell me, help me understand. Do you know how my parents died? Every orphan from Nightingale Gardens can recite the names and prominent facts of the royal family. Before I ran away, the matrons managed to drill the knowledge into my skull through stringent repetition and occasionally via whipping switch across our palms. I haven't thought about Illuvian history in a long time, but I can recall it as easily as my fonder memories. His Majesty King Frederick Edgehaven died of an illness. His queen never remarried and she died of old age. Died of old age? Isn't that odd? Do you think such obsession with immortality can simply wither away over time? Because she found another way to stay alive, Hex. I know it for a fact. The spells she'd composed in her grimoire were horrific. Compelling servitude, summoning demons, hexes, plagues, and of course, consuming the life essence of another person. So she lives on, whispering nefarious plots into the crown's ear like some evil visors. I'm telling you that she sits on the throne still, Hex. The spell, when concentrated on a single victim, it takes everything from them. It steals their energy, their youth, and even their face. Everything, until the victim shrivels and collapses, lifeless, leaving only the thief with her new body. Memories was back in a flash. My performance before the Queen's court. I felt the bile rising in the back of my throat. No. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. Queen Hildegard meant to cast it on my sister, and misfired due to the immensity of the grimoire's power. It scared her then, made her back off, made her cold towards her daughters. Only then did she seek an alternative method through me, but oh, I'm certain she kept that consumption spell in mind all the while. Perhaps poor Artemisia wasn't a suitable vessel. Even after the second attempt, years after my exile, Queen Hildegard would have to move on to the spare body, Matilda. But once Matilda was spent, she would need another body, and then another, preferably with faces that resembled hers. She always was terribly vain. No, I refuse to believe it. I stand and find myself reeling, dizzy from my abrupt change in altitude. Lucius reaches to steady me, but I shrug him off. I need my journal. Wait here. I dart out of the room, breathing hard and clasping my hand over my mouth as I try to keep the sensation of sickness from spilling out. I keep the journal underneath my pillow when I don't have it on hand. It doesn't take me long to retrieve it. My fingers are trembling as I slam my journal before us. Ophelia sent me this journal a few months after she left for the palace. Tell me, Lucius, would your queen wait that long to consume her? Yes. The consumption of life essence is a gruesome spell, but it has one of her simpler ones. After some refinement, Queen Hildegard no longer needed her grimoire to cast it. It only requires an amount of the victim's hair as a conduit, to be carefully collected over a period of time. Hicks, you confirmed it for me when you said it yourself. The woman on the throne was not your Ophelia. I knew this would cause you pain. I didn't want to tell you, but I said I would rather be curious. I said I would rather know the truth. There's a throbbing, quivering ache behind my eyes. My thoughts are crushing together, and it's difficult to string them into coherent words. My tingling skin feels increasingly numb. All I know for certain is that I have no tears left to shed. You didn't know for certain until you met me. My previous guests were either uneducated or thoroughly disinterested in politics. Many of them could not even read. The Crown has been careful not to send anyone who would arouse my suspicions, but she was careless when she met you. You're the only one to have known an Illuvian queen prior to her reign, to have seen her before and after she took the throne, and you know just enough Illuvian history to help me complete this dreadful puzzle. Hex, will you tell me who the Crown was after Queen Hildegard? Queen Artemisa Edgehaven? Indeed, did she ever marry? No, she died young and left the throne to her sister. That means Artemisa had no children. What was the name of the sister who ruled after her? Matilda. Queen Matilda Edgehaven. She's the one who founded my orphanage. Yes, Nightingale Gardens. Named as such for her father's affinity for songbirds. Not that Matilda would have spent enough time with her father to know such a thing. It must have made her very popular indeed when she declared the next crown should be chosen from there, routinely elevating commoners to nobility. She endeared herself to her people by choosing an orphan girl as a successor. Instead of the numerous eligible candidates of Grand Dukes and Counts, orphan girls would continue to be chosen for as long as the next monarch upholds the custom. Matilda didn't have any heirs either, did she? To have 3 queens in a row, so averse to childbirth. It's a strange pattern for a kingdom that once devoutly emphasized divine birthright. Lucius, I expect all the queens after them remained childless and unmarried, am I wrong? At first I thought I was delusional for even considering the possibility. I hoped I had too much time to think, to let my fancies get away from me. But when you told me about Ophelia's changed demeanor, I'm truly sorry, Hex. It brings me no joy to reveal the truth, but I knew it'd be wrong to withhold it from you. So you're telling me that this centuries-old witch has been using my orphanage as some sort of body-snatching orchard where she can fully take her pick. All that bullshit about guaranteeing us a place in high society. All a front so the queen could secure someone who looks similar to herself? That Ophelia wasn't selected for her intelligence or for any of her virtues, but so she could be sacrificed for the queen to wear her face? It's too horrible to accept. As my hands curl into trembling fists, my nails dig deep, a half-moon gouges into my palms. The anger cracking through my bones is as ridiculous as it is unbearable. My emotions are useless and fervid, like a bonfire caught under a downpour. The throbbing ache behind my eyes feels increasingly hollow. Ophelia is dead then. She lived on only in my thoughts. Because that thing murdered her and took her place. I feel like the biggest fool in the land. No, a Hex. Am I not? I've spent so long feeling sorry for myself, so long missing her and crying like a child. All this time she was never even alive to know it. What did she ever do to deserve such a fate? Why her? Lucius gives me a long, pained look. We both know the reason. Neither of us wishes to voice it out loud now. As if the senseless tragedy caused by a self-serving witch would hurt less this way. I built out a bitter, mirthless laugh, pressing my palms against my eyes. To think that I'll never see her again. Not the real her, I correct myself quietly. X, look at me. Lucius sets the portrait down, shifting to kneel before me and catch my gaze, but I can't even meet him halfway. My vision is swimming, pitch black at the edges as I glare at the portrait with newfound hatred. It stares back at me with those dead eyes, dark and domineering. This wretched woman, this witch stole Ophelia from me. She stole the throne from her own son, and if she isn't stopped, she'll go on to steal the futures of countless more girls. But what can I possibly do to stop her now? This humiliating powerlessness makes me realize why Lucius tore the drawing to shreds. I'm tempted to seize it and launch it right into the fireplace myself. Could I have helped her escape if I knew the truth sooner? Is there anything I could have done to save Ophelia? Does anyone know how much evil this woman has inflicted on her own kingdom, aside from the vampire prince she'd forsaken? Lucius gingerly takes my hand in his own, but I'm too numb to reciprocate. The artist took great pains to draw attention to her loathsome face. Did Gillian know how vile of a beast he'd captured on parchment when he rendered her likeness? He knew she was my mother, and that she was the one who banished me, but he never learned the full context. You are the only one I've trusted enough to... He trails off, perhaps second-guessing his decisions to confide in me. Part of me wants to smile for him, even though it will never waver. Even though it will waver to soothe him, even though my voice will crack. But I'm still unable to tear my eyes from the portrait. The delicate lace trim on the dress and the gemstones on the queen's crown have been smudged, but her pendant was perfectly carved into the parchment with dark, determined lines. I squint harder at it. How hadn't I noticed it before? Keep safe. What? The symbol, Lucius? What is the meaning of the symbol? I reach for the portrait, then think better of it and flip open my songwriting journal for him. There, on the first page, beneath the leather-bound cover, is a red ink design that matches its charcoal counterpart, the bejeweled pendant encircled by a knotted half wreath of thorns. What? Lucius lurches as if he means to stand, but bends back down to study my journal with increasing agitation. What? It can't be. His eyes are wide and darting as he looks at me. Caught somewhere between pleading and thoroughly rattled. X, can I take a closer look? My throat clenches tight with instinctive apprehension. I've never allowed anyone to look at my journal. Touching it has been completely out of the question. But I need to know the truth. I want to trust Lucius to help me find it. All these years of keeping the journal safe, of keeping myself safe, I wonder if I've been waiting for the reckoning of this very moment. With wordless reluctance, I place the book in his waiting hands. Lucius immediately stands, pacing and holding it with uneasy reverence. He turns his pages more hastily by the second. Why do you even have this? How long? You've written all over the damned thing. He tangles his fingers through his hairline, leaving frayed, frazzled strands in his wake as he flips back to the inside cover. Lucius faces me with a mystified scowl. The symbol. It's a symbol of her pact. The deal the queen made when she sacrificed part of her soul to augment her magical powers. To make this. He shuts the book and holds it up, shaking it with grave emphasis. The infernal grimoire. The cover is different. Why is its cover different? What happened to it? And you took it everywhere, Hicks. Mud and prison cells and tavern brawls. Gods in heaven, you had it with you when you performed before my mother. What? Wait, what? Slow down. How can this be the same grimoire? It was completely blank other than Ophelia's note to keep it safe. Or to keep myself safe. I was never quite sure which. Lucius humors me by re-examining the inside cover of the book. After a moment, he scoffs out loud. Then he begins to laugh, deflating beside me on the velvet chaise. He laughs and laughs, his sagged shoulders quaking with bone-wearily hysteria. The fates are terribly fickle, aren't they? You weren't wrong about her after all, Hicks. Your Ophelia was as sharp as a knife, and it seems she did her part in changing Illuvia's future. She did? Lucius taps the book a few times against his palm, as if he's reluctant to part with it. Still, it doesn't take longer than a heartbeat to hand it to me. This is all you have to remember her by, isn't that right? You should hang on to this book. You've been marvelous at caring for it thus far. There's no reason to stop now. There's a small confused pang in my chest as I accept it from him. I leaf through its pages, marveling at what secrets they must hold. First, she steals food from an orphanage, then she steals a grimoire from a witch queen. Sounds par for the course, wouldn't you say? Mother must have been furious. I linger on the inside cover one more time. Keep safe. As I bore down on those benign little words, Lucius drags his forefinger along the inside seam. You see this? The thread is exposed and loosed here. Its color doesn't match the rest of the book. Ophelia must have waited for the queen to leave the grimoire unattended, much like I did. You thought the game would end 2 hours ago? Yeah. It's been 5 hours. What the hell? But surely it's coming to an end soon, right? Ophelia must have waited for the queen to leave the grimoire unattended, much like I did. She replaced its cover to hide her swapping ruse for as long as possible. Even if the queen sent her entire army to search for the grimoire, they would not know what to look for. They would not know its new appearance. Be that as it may, why in heaven would Ophelia go through the trouble of stealing it and sending it to me? Oh, this is me talking. Be that as it may, why in heaven would Ophelia go through the trouble of stealing it and sending it to me? If she discovered the queen's scheme, why didn't she flee the palace and save herself? You knew her much better than I ever will, Hicks, but... let's say she did successfully escape, despite the queen's best effort to hunt her down and detain her. What do you think would have happened afterwards? Your mother is relentless, isn't she? If so, she would have found another girl. Someone else would have suffered in Ophelia's place. Would your Ophelia have allowed that to transpire? Another pang ripples through my chest. A choked noise escaped me as I parted my lips to speak. Lucius reaches out once more to hold my hand, grounding me with a sympathetic grip. A faint thought crosses my mind like a whisper, that he of all people knows what it's like to lose someone he loved. I unfurl my fingers just enough to gently squeeze back. Ophelia liked to inconvenience others sometimes, but she never wanted to cause them any actual harm. She would have done something in her power, everything in her power to avoid it. I suspected as much. Beneath her veneer of being a cunning little scoundrel, I believe you said she was kind. Perhaps this prompted her to send the grimoire to their only orphan in Illuvia, who both despised Nightingale Gardens and was fiercely protective of her belongings. So protective, in fact, that she refused to trade her loot to a vampire in exchange for her freedom. I think Ophelia trusted that you would resist those in power, Hex. My lip quivers. I look away from him in haste, and mercifully, he no longer pleads with me to make eye contact. All these years of carting around this wretched book, carrying out the command of those 2 hastily scrawled words, it was rarely gratifying, but it always felt so stupidly important. But now, Lucius is telling me that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't as stupid as I thought. I don't know if his speculations are true, but his logic has a sense of significance and faith. I have to admit, it's appealing to hear. If the reality of what happened aligns with what he believes. There's a reason she didn't destroy it, isn't there? The grimoire, I mean. You don't know? How would I know such a thing? I'm not the witch's research assistant. My tone is snappier than I intended. Forgive me, magic was not uncommon, but I thought precaution against magic were fairly rudimentary. I truly meant no offense. I forgive you. I'm sorry too. I meant to tease you, but it seems it did not land. His lips quirk into a half-hearted grin. Our banter is a short-lived slip into normalcy. He can tell I'm still hurting. Destroying a grimoire releases the power contained within. The Queen's soul will be restored, and she will be free to create a second grimoire. When I was mortal, we refrained from destroying books for this very reason. One never knows if an infernal pact is sealed in its passages. Keeping grimoires far away from the wielders is the best way to cut down the power. And you, Hex, you performed that task splendidly. Ophelia would be so proud of you. I exhale a sharp, shuddering breath that grazes the inside of my chest like a wreath of thorns. This is my cue to break down into impassioned sobbing, I think, mourning every memory and lost moment I failed to treasure when Ophelia was alive. Although I picture myself in the state of breaking beautifully, my tear ducts remain relentlessly shamefully dry, and my mind is once more abuzz with growing noise. Can we use this, Lucius? The grimoire, is there anything in here that can restore my friend? Lucius' eyes crinkle with inward anguish, but he does not look away. He meets my wavering gaze with steely resolve. Queen Hildegard was interested only in prolonging her life, not in cheating death. She never worked on such spells, to my knowledge, and I myself only studied it in passing. Last I heard, necromancy is a ghastly, unrewarding art form. You can restore one's body, but a spirit once departed is lost for good. I see. I suppose Ophelia wouldn't want to come back anyway. Not if it means losing an integral part of who she was. That's what I need to tell myself if I want to move on. What would be the point of reanimating a corpse if it didn't have her in it? In my own way, I already mourned her that day she left the orphanage. Perhaps some part of me never stopped. Still, it's crushing to accept that this loss is a permanent one. Lucius watches me for a while, shoulders slumped. Hex, if I may offer a rather more selfish suggestion, there are other spells we may use to our benefit. Lucius hesitates before carefully correcting himself. To my benefit. Even now, he's exercising restraint, folding his arms against his chest with humility when he embraced me with such passion not so long ago. I haven't saved in so long, I'm gonna save. It reminds me of how he kept his distance at the start of my stay. And in a alarming deduction, I realize he's holding himself back out of consideration for me. Both then and now, he wanted me to feel safe enough to say no. I was afraid he would hurt me when I first met him. My biases formed by the outside world ensured I would fear him when I met him. I was so afraid that he would hurt me that I felt little desire to understand him. Yet now that I know him, I'm beginning to suspect that my feelings for him border to violent adoration. There's no better antidote to fear than that. My heart remains heavy. I expect it will remain so for some time, but somehow, at the same time, it is full to bursting as I lean close to him. I can feel his lashes against my brow as our foreheads softly meet. Thanks. My feelings towards you are unchanged, Lucius. I care for you still. Thank you for sharing everything with me. I can imagine how hard it must have been to make that decision. Why do you look so surprised? I was never upset with you, you know. You weren't the one who killed all those girls. You didn't kill Ophelia. But I... He trails off when I wrinkle my nose at him, possibly because he knows how viciously I would argue with him if he tries to list any accusatory crimes. You have a unique talent in making me reconsider what I'm about to say. You even render me speechless sometimes. Sounds like I was right. Allow me to settle with saying this, Hex. I do not wish to ask anything of you. I love you, but I know you will need time to grieve. I will. I'll have plenty of time to do so after you tell me how we can use the grimoire to your benefit. Very well. If I remember correctly, the grimoire contains the spell that was used to bind me to the coffin. Is that so? So you can benefit from binding me to keep you company as a cursed coffin companion. My voice is a bit less teasing than I expected, and Lucius doesn't take the hint, looking horrified. No, Hex, don't be foolish, absolutely not. I would never wish such a fate on you. I'm saying that I may be able to break the curse if I can study how it works. You can do that? I believe so. I have no talent for devising my own spells, but reversing one is far simpler than casting one. Lucius, that would be incredible. That means... no more claustrophobic night terrors. No more paint grimaces. What else? My thought raced to tangle with possibilities, but they all arrive at a single resounding conclusion. Lucius, you'd be able to leave the state, wouldn't you? We could leave together. The tunnels will be a daunting venture, but yes, if this works, I would no longer be bound to the estate. I could accompany you, if you would still have me. Of course I would. I paused for a moment, collecting my thoughts, my grip firm on the urinal. What about... I gestured at him, uncertain. With a small, pained smile, he shakes his head. No, even my mother couldn't reverse it, and as strange as it may sound, I don't think I would wish to not be a vampire anymore. It's been part of who I am for so long. If I lost this, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to be myself anymore. Gently, I put my hand on his to squeeze it. I understand, and I love you the way you are. Sorry for asking. No need to apologize, Hex. Your curiosity was legitimate, and I know you meant well. Even so, This time, he is the one stopping me from saying nonsense by pressing his lips against mine. Overwhelmed by a lot of conflicting emotions, I close my eyes to deepen the kiss. Everything is still a little fuzzy in my head, the Queen, Ophelia, the spellbook, but at least I find comfort in being with Lucius. My hand slides through his hair, clutching it between my fingers to keep him from moving away from me. No matter what lies ahead, at least we will be together. Is it over? Breaking the spell was no small task. I wasn't much help, and Lucius' memory was distant and fragmented, but with time and patience we managed to decipher all the spells in the book until we found the right one. Part of me was unwilling to trust anything from that cursed grimoire, but I could sense how eager Lucius was to attempt it. Despite my reservations, I couldn't keep him waiting. Every night, his cries reminded me of what was at stake. Whatever happened could not be worse than what he had already endured. He was already enduring. My fears were baseless. After an exhausting ceremony that required far too much blood for my liking, Lucius was released. His curse lifted, his coffin burst into flames, leaving only a pile of ashes behind as a reminder of his long suffering. Although he knew that nothing kept him in his old prison anymore, it took him several days to attempt walking through the tunnel. The water still distressed him, and only my presence at his side gave him the strength to venture under the moat. Hand in hand. That's so cute. With both of us now free to travel, I took him to the neighboring kingdom. It was my greatest joy to show him the most astonishing wonders I'd seen and the vast landscapes that he'd been missing for so many years. I wasn't afraid when Lucius punctured my flesh and drank deeply from me. I knew what I wanted, and I wouldn't be denied. I would have eternity by his side, even if it cost me the sun itself. My transformation was a gradual one. My skin slowly turned much paler than his, just as my heartbeat grew fainter and my hunger grew stronger. My fangs were by far the most uncomfortable change, and I wept as they pushed and strained through my gums. However, when they had fully grown out, I found them quite fetching. Living at night did not trouble me. After all, night was the time when bards shone the brightest. Not the hardest trial of all was... the hardest trial of all was dealing with the bloodlust that had taken a hold of me. In spite of my strength of character, it was agony to resist it. Every time I came across a human being, I could hear, no, feel their heart beating, and I could barely keep myself in check. Fortunately, Lucius was by my side through it all, taking care of me. Patiently, firmly, he kept me from doing something I would forever regret, and when the bloodlust grew too strong, he accompanied me to a deserted forest where we lived, and we lived there for several months, away from the temptation. Anytime he held me in his arms, whispering soothing words, I couldn't help my flowing tears, but I wasn't sobbing on my own account. Every time, I could only think that he had endured it all himself, alone. It was then, during those days, away from civilization, that I swore to myself I would never leave him alone anymore. Eternity was much too frightening to face on one's own. In time, I managed to get that other part of me under control, and we were able to resume our travels. Each journey took us to places more remote and dangerous. We even started fights ourselves, but a few pirates and bandits paid the price of underestimating us. Nothing could stand in our way, except the sun, but I cherished every moment of daytime that I spent at Lucius' side, in quiet and dark places. Our bliss was complete, except for the times that news of Queen Hildegard reached us. Every time we heard her name, shivers took over my body. In those moments, desire for revenge obscured everything else, and we planned and we plotted. With my newfound power, I felt invisible. Between the two of us, we could surely defeat a witch deprived of her magical grimoire. And yet, the risk of defeat still existed. And so every time I ended up changing my mind. For one, I was not ready to look at this usurper in Ophelia's body. But most importantly, I knew that this was not what Ophelia would have wanted. She would have wanted me to enjoy every moment of this life that Lucius and I had earned, and she would be heartbroken to see it consumed by rage. I would not let it come to that. No, our life would be consumed by love instead, a powerful love, worthy of my most beautiful ballads, a love deep and true. An eternal love. Wow! Freedom and vampire. Wow. I'm guessing there's a not freedom end too. Wow! Oh my god, that took such a long time. Like 5.5 hours. Oh my god, my voice. My throat. Well, that's fine. It was a good game. Not gonna lie. Yeah. I'm all good, it's just that my throat is a little bit parched. Speaking for a long time takes a toll on my voice. But damn, I feel like that was a good end. I'm surprised. Usually I feel like things don't always work out for me, but this time it did. Thank you for playing the game. If you liked it, consider checking Imperial Grace. Alright. I'm not gonna check it now, but I might. I guess that's their second game. Or I don't know if this is their first, but it's the ideal ending. Yes! Yes! I did something right. Well, that was fun. I was making a thumbnail for this VOD for my YouTube channel, and I hadn't launched the game. I could have used this image, I guess, but oh well. Now I have something else. But yeah, that was fun. I actually enjoyed it a lot. It wasn't super like sappy and romancy. It was like peaceful and more mysterious, I feel. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream because I need to rest my voice and I also need to study. Oh my god. I thought I would be done by like maybe 1 or 2 o'clock, but it's almost 4 o'clock. Oh well. I'm gonna be playing Monster Prom tomorrow, so another visual novel. I haven't decided if I'm gonna play the first, second, or third game, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I hope you've had a wonderful morning, day, evening, or night, and I'll see you all tomorrow. So have a good one. Bye bye.